Hello, if you're here for the Neurodiversity and Cybersecurity Summit, you're in the right place. We should be getting started in about 23 minutes. Hey everyone, we're putting the finishing touches on the setup. We're going to be starting in about 8 minutes. So if you see me making weird faces, just know that that's what's going on. All right. Hello, everyone. It is 2 p.m. We are officially about to start. Thank you so much for joining the Neurodiversity and Cybersecurity Summit virtually. So excited to host you, and let's get into what we're talking about. Also, I don't know if you know, there is a Slack where we are having lots of conversations and where you will submit your questions, which I'll get into in a bit. But here's the link to join. All right, of course. The opening remarks are by me. I am your chair for this event. I'm a security engineer at Cisco. I also am the vice president of the WeSys Neurodiversity Affiliate Chapter, and very happy and excited to do this for year 2. So that's enough about me. And here's the expectation we have for a lot of our people joining us. Make sure that you're respectful and professional. While we understand some people might not know about neurodiversity and might say things that may trigger us, we are an inclusive and supportive bunch of people, and we want to educate rather than vilify. So we are going to be respectful as we talk to each other. And if you see anything that makes you uncomfortable, please reach out to SANS and we can get it handled, whether in the Slack channel that is listed here or the email. All right, speaking of Slack, please join us on there to have conversations. Like I said earlier, the Q&A is the questions are mostly going to be taken from Slack, especially in our virtual portion of it. But even when we switch to in-person and virtual, we will still have take questions from there as well. So feel free to put any questions you have or any comments you have in the Slack channels listed here. If you need help, that's listed here. If you need to report something, like I said before, that's also listed here, as well as any questions you have for speakers. So in discussion with that, if you're talking on social media and you want to share, the hashtag is Neurodiversity Summit. You can also tag SANS at SANS Institute, and you can also email if you'd like to do it that way. But make sure you have discussions because it helps us to know what programming is valuable to everyone. And something that I'm super excited about and I was exposed to for the first time last year is the live graphic recordings. So if you see a little scribbles on the side of your screen while you're watching certain presentations going on, what they're doing is taking the talk and putting it in a visual format, which helps a lot of us that are more visual learners and visual processors. So that's coming up. And also Ashton will be showing us how to do it later on in the summit as well. So that's a great treat. And you can find all the graphics in the graphic recording Slack channel that's listed here. So here's the summit agenda. Everyone has access to this, so I'm not going to read it off, but I'm very excited about the program we have today. I hope you enjoy it. I will actually also be speaking at some point during the live portion of things, so check it out. We do have some breaks so that those that are here attending training classes are able to attend as well. So that's pretty exciting. And here's some more of that. And you can also see my little portion of that. Really looking forward to hearing the panels, especially just because I know that there's so much information that's going to come from that. So I hope this gets you all excited. And yes, all the presentations will be posted within probably towards the end of the week, but don't quote me on that. And you can access it in the way that you accessed this this summit. That's the same way you would access the recordings later on. So if there's something that you want to catch or something that you're not able to attend, it's available for you later. Or if something you want to rewatch, it'll be available for you later. So at the end of this, we need the feedback. We went through the feedback last year to help with this year's summit. So please fill out the evaluation surveys. Let us know what you liked, what you loved, what you didn't like, what you didn't love. And we will be sure to implement as much as we can moving forward. And now I zoomed through that. And we have an opening keynote. I'm honored to present Ron Gula of Gula Tech Adventures. They do a lot of work in this space, or at least this year, they're trying to support this space because we need a lot of resources. We need a lot of help. So they've decided to, they'll probably talk about it. He'll probably talk about it in his talk. So I'm not going to burst his bubble. But super excited to hear what he has to say today. And they're investing in neurodiversity, as he will talk about. And I will let Ron take it a little bit early. I hope it's okay with you.
It's totally good. How's the audio?
Okay.
Great. Well, hey, welcome everybody. And I really appreciate the SANS organization for letting me talk about the Gula Tech Foundation, Gula Tech Adventures, what we're doing with neurodiversity. This talk is really in two different areas. Just it's going to be a brief overview of the work we've done to date in cybersecurity. And then we're going to talk about the finalists for the winners of our $1 million grant for neurodiversity. I'm just trying to go to hit enter here. Let's see. All right. Been in cyber for a long time. We're going to go next. There we go. All right. So the foundation, basically, it's an effort that my wife and I, Cindy, started. I'm the one on the left, Cindy's the one on the right. We worked a lot at Tenable Network Security. I was the CEO and CTO. Cindy had a really key role there. And because we were like a husband and wife team, you don't really put that on the front page of a a public cyber company and whatnot. So Tenable's gone on to go public and whatnot. And what we did is we founded Gula Tech Adventures and Gula Tech, the Gula Tech Foundation. The foundation we've always been philanthropic, but the focus of everything Gula Tech has been cybersecurity. The foundation does competitive grants. We were going to do 4 a year. We ended up doing twice a year. And what I'm going to call them as socially focused grants. I'm going to go through the first few grants we did. The one that we're doing now, though, is a $1 million grant to cybersecurity nonprofits that are focusing on neurodiversity. And we are going to announce the winners of these grants at the RSA conference coming up here at the end of the month. We talked about triggering. I'm only going to trigger people at SANS for talking about RSA and talking about one of our portfolio companies, Cyber, that does training. But one of the things that we found is that, unlike the other grants that we've did, which I'll go through here in a little bit, autism, ADHD, other forms of neurodiversity, it's not the type of thing that people just kind of come pouring out and basically talk about, right? I usually get tapped on the shoulder like, hey, it's really good you're doing that grant. By the way, my uncle's son is autistic, or I worked with somebody who was autistic. So when you think about all the great social problems that challenge the cybersecurity industry, things like diversity, getting more women involved, getting more African Americans, getting minorities in general, getting boards, I'll talk about all that. Autism doesn't rank up there with the number one thing we got to fix. But the goal of Cindy and I with Gula Tech is to get everybody involved in the fight to protect our data and to keep China and Russia out of our networks and whatnot. So, so we don't do it ourselves. We've got a number of employees at Gula Tech Adventures. We also have a grant committee. The way we do it is we run an application process, and we try to keep it simple. I spent a lot of time talking to other foundations who do grants, and we just wanted to minimize everybody's overhead. And so we've got a pretty diverse grant committee. They're the ones who do the voting. They select the winners. And we do a little bit of triage, just make sure that everybody's, we focus US, we want to make sure it's an applicable grant or a grant application. And one of the things you'll see with nonprofits is that, nonprofits are businesses just like any other business. They have to have a board, they have to operate, they have to do that. But one of the things we'll find, no matter what social cause we're kind of looking at, is that you'll see other sort of non-neurodiversity focused organizations who want to expand into neurodiversity, and then you'll see some specific neurodiversity ones. So we'll talk about that. Gula Tech Adventures, I kind of talked about it. We're kind of like a cybersecurity hub. We do investing, we do philanthropy, we do a lot of policy work. And this is kind of the focus of us. So we don't think cyber is just a tool, a vendor, a person, or a government program. We think it's all really, really related. And we think neurodiversity is really much part of that. One of the things that we push when we talk to people is that we try to communicate a lot. So if you like what you're seeing here, pretty much white dude with gray hair talking about that, you can come to our blog. and our website, where we talk about a wide variety of different issues. And these issues really are talking to the core of cybersecurity. So I've done comments on the national cybersecurity strategy. I've done comments on, the role of Microsoft, for example, in cybersecurity and so on. So we try to live with that. But the thing that I hope you take away, besides just what we're doing in the neurodiversity area today, is this concept of data care. When we did our first few grants, and I'll walk you through them in a minute, one of the things that we got feedback from is that people who are in cybersecurity and they talk about cybersecurity and they live cybersecurity, they have a hard time communicating on the outside. And that's not autism, that's not ADHD, that's like people in cyber, right? A lot of acronyms, a lot of interesting concepts, a lot of, look, if you didn't come through the information security ranks over the last 15 years, you kind of have a lot to catch up on. So we wanted to make cybersecurity more appealing to everybody, diversity, those with ADHD, those autism, those coming out of the military. And we also want to make it cybersecurity a more interesting concept for people to think about from a personal security point of view, whether it's your role on the board or your role in protecting, your iPhone. So we came up with data care. This is not copywritten. This is not something we charge. I made a logo because we're visual, and we use this and we push this to a lot of places because it's easier to talk to people. And what I would challenge you, if you're having a talk with somebody who's trying to get into this career field and they're like kind of hemming and hawing it, we tend to pitch cybersecurity as this very militaristic thing, right? We're gonna hunt, we're gonna defend, we're gonna engage the enemy on our networks, we're gonna red team, we're gonna do all that kind of stuff. That appeals to a certain segment of what's out there, but it doesn't appeal to everybody. And it certainly doesn't appeal to personal responsibility or getting more people in there. So this is a neurodiversity focused event, but this is something I've been using in a much broader sense. So the first few grants that we did were focusing on different social issues. And when we started this out, this is when we were coming out of some of the Black Lives Matter activities from like 3 or 4 years ago. And we really, had done a lot of conversations with people, just like, why do we not, like, if we're so smart that we can reverse engineer Chinese malware, why are we not so smart to get more African Americans in that? So we did a grant, increasing African American engagement. We had 3 winners: Black Cybersecurity Association, Empower, and Girl Security. Every one of these mentioned some sort of neurodiversity or other types of diversity programs. And I think, although their focus was African American engagement. Empower, after they got the award, they actually presented at the White House on cyber workforce development. Another one, there was Girl Security. They actually taught young African American women about national security. So you're going to see, like, you're shooting for cyber, but you're seeing a lot of different folks, and we're going to see that when we get to the neurodiversity finalists as well. The second grant we did was a data care grant, again, putting out that data care there. And we wanted to increase cybersecurity awareness. And it turns out that, a lot of people in cybersecurity are very aware of cybersecurity, and those outside of it, really didn't have, like, how do I start? What does it do? And the 3 winners there were the Center for Infrastructure Assurance and Security, the Cybercrime Support Network, which is sort of like a 911 for people who have cyber crime issues, called 211, and then the National Cryptologic Foundation, which actually went after taking the data care message to senior citizens. My wife and I, Cindy, we were just at the CISA, CIAS, not CISA, again, cyber with all their acronyms. We just went to their event in San Antonio. They have a couple interesting things they did with the grant. They made, if you're familiar with Magic the Gathering, they have a cybersecurity deck where you teach K through 12 different aspects of cybersecurity. They also have mascots, which is kind of funny. This is Cy Bear, which is kind of interesting, and they had a program for neurodiversity as well. Third grant we did was one of the things we learned from the data care awareness was that a lot of people didn't have the tools to teach cybersecurity. And so we did a follow-up grant to that, which was allowing people to, teach in classrooms. There was a lot of teachers with content, but not teachers who had the ability and the confidence to do that. So we had 3 winners there. One of them, CodePath, went on to receive $3 million from one of the Microsoft founders. every one of these programs had, again, a neurodiversity sort of element to it where they were trying to engage and focus and try to engage that community. And finally, the last grant that we did was bringing cyber expertise to corporate governance. And this is actually why I'm wearing a tie today. I got to present on cybersecurity to a Fortune 200 company today. And the winners of these grants, the top winner was the Women's Business Collective. They partnered with the Digital Directors Network to basically offer the Qualified Technology Executive certification to 100 women who are going to be either on boards or joining boards all across the country. So we had a pretty diverse group of winners. And this brings me back to the current grant and why we're here today. So, we thought about doing a grant just on autism. We thought about doing one on maybe more broader. And it gets really interesting. When I say broader, think about other ways you might not be competitive with somebody who doesn't have any disadvantages. And we decided to go with neurodiversity, neurodivergent. We spent a lot of time looking at the words and looking at the right way to frame this. You would be surprised, trying to give away $1 million in a thoughtful manner, how it is that you might trigger somebody. You might actually be in a situation where you're alienating somebody that you want to participate, because we do want a large, diverse number of folks. And so the application process is real simple. You have to be an established nonprofit. You have to be in the US. And it was about maybe 15 questions, 5 of which are standard stuff. Who's on your board? How long have you been there? Are you a university? Do you have overhead? That sort of things. But really, the what have you done and what would you do if you won questions are pretty good. And there's a lot of supplemental. So I am not a neurodiversity expert, but I really feel after, reading through our finalists and reading through all that, I've learned a lot different about what's out there. So one of the first rules I'll say about nonprofits is there's always a for-profit company in there somewhere. And whether it's a partner, it's a vendor. I mean, for-profit companies kind of get painted as evil vendors a lot, but almost every nonprofit that we dealt with in this space either did work with for-profits or was creating jobs with neurodiverse candidates to go into those corporations. And then again, lastly, I'm probably overusing the word trigger, but we are going to do the award ceremony for this grant at the RSA conference at the end of the month. So it's going to be on the Wednesday of that week. And if anybody's there, we're going to have about most of our grant committee is going to be there. And most of our winners are going to be there, multiple peoples, and some of the vendors that work with them are going to be there as well. And you'll be able to hear from the founders and directors of some of these nonprofits. So even though I know what the winners are, I am going to suspend the illusion of that and talk about our finalists right now in a random order. So the first finalist I want to talk about is the Diana Initiative. And this is a good example of a nonprofit organization that, their primarily focus is not neurodiversity. Their focus is minority and gender issues. But their grant application was very, very thorough and very, very thoughtful about expanding content for the neurodiverse. And with the Diana Initiative, it's sort of like a side conference to the DEF CON conference. So if you think about all the great conferences in the world, SANS puts on great conferences. You have RSA and Black Hat, and then almost next to those conferences, you've got something called B-Sides. You've got different types of conference, and the Diana Initiative is a conference that specifically talked about information security, and again with the focus on minority and gender issues. And so they are a finalist. If anybody's going to Black Hat, you go into DEF CON. That's Las Vegas. It's going to be later this year. They just based on what I've seen in their application, they are going to have some interesting content. And if you're tracking this conference today, it might be something you want to put on your list of things to track. So we had 2 large universities become a grant finalist as well. And, when you think of donating money or competing grant to like these big giant universities that have, endowments and things like that, one of the things I've learned from all of our past grants is that, these universities, even though they're nonprofits and you could say that they are well funded, they're bureaucratic, they're philanthropic, they're academic, whatever you want to say, they're not. I mean, if you are running a program inside a big university, you have to fight for those dollars. You have to show value. You have to show that. And one of the universities that won here in this case was the University of Central Florida. And when I say won, they won they were a grant finalist. They basically have a program where they focus on autisms and related disabilities. That's another one of those, they didn't say neurodiverse, they said autism and related disabilities. But they have a program called, that program's called CARD. And what they do is they put individuals who have challenges through, computer science, electrical engineering, and cybersecurity. Now they've touched over 100,000 students in the past 5 years, which is just amazing. It's another form of online help, in-person help. And they also work with Thrive DX. Thrive DX is not a portfolio company of Gula Tech, but it's a Night Dragon portfolio company. They're very focused on bringing cybersecurity training to academics, so that like bachelor's and master's programs in cybersecurity. Another company that's a finalist is Knowability. Now, as a technologist, I was very, very fascinated with this with this nonprofit, because what they do is they try to allow software programs, IT websites, distance learning, to basically support programs from people who've got a wide variety of issues. And it's not just neurodiversity. Think blind, think deaf, that kind of thing. And so it's nonprofit, but they worked with a tremendous number of companies. And as a result of that, I should probably clarify that the grant, we purposely said we define cyber as the combination of IT and cybersecurity. So if it was a nonprofit that helped somebody with autism get an IT job, we were just as happy as if they got a cybersecurity job. But Knowability was very, very focused on enabling people to do a wide variety of IT functions with a wide variety of challenges. And this is a very interesting company. There's a lot going on here behind the. If you've ever had to set up a website and make it compliant for maybe people who can't see or read, this is the kind of stuff they do. But imagine doing that for Zoom and many other distance learning and even in class types of things. So I was pretty excited to see that. Now I'm based in Maryland, and we had two Maryland finalists. One was Melwood, and Melwood, if you go to the website, they started out by helping people with disabilities, including autism, to become gardeners, to become arborists, to become people who maintained gardens. And they expanded into many other career fields, including IT. And so now they have a program called Ability, where it's a 14-week training program where they leverage cyber content, but it's more than just the content. They have a fairly immersive and engaging thing for folks with for autism and ADHD, and they basically produce fully qualified people who pass their certifications for A+, Network Plus, Security Plus. And it's interesting because if you imagine, you're trying to be thoughtful about picking finalists, picking grant winners. Well, one of the things is just the brass tacks, right? Of, okay, how many people with autism are you going to help get into IT? Like, is it a volume thing? Is it a number of things? But we were pretty touched with this program because they basically 75% of everybody who went through, they got basically full-time employment or solid internment work. So we're very excited to see that, because it was pretty easy to kind of measure the success that they've had. The Miami-Dade College was the second university that's a finalist, and their program was a little bit different. It's not as broad as the previous university. This was more tailored. And they had basically been able to take four-year neurodivergent students. They kind of select them and put them through a program specifically focused on cybersecurity. And so this is a pretty unique program. Again, we're going more narrow here than the broad numbers we were talking about with broad electrical engineering, computer science, and cybersecurity. But we thought this finalist was also an interesting approach. Now, the mdcfoundation.com, there's not a lot of information on that. That's the other thing we found challenging with these things. Somebody would apply and they'd come from a university and their URL is the university, right? Yet they have an amazing program with faculty, and so, but because they live in a bureaucratic system, it's kind of hard to find these programs. But these 20, this is a newer program, but they've been graduating them and finding work for them as well. And these are 4-year or 2-year full degrees in cybersecurity. The second Maryland finalist was the Howard County Autism Society. So again, I said it was from Maryland. Maryland, we have the county system. Tenable was founded in Howard County. We live in Howard County. And we were always familiar with sort of the work of the Howard County Autism Society. And I was kind of surprised when they applied for the grant because it was a bit more, I would say, generic in that they did more, physical positions, not a lot of IT. But they actually said they had a program, and they're very detailed with the program, and they had done placements at companies in the area. And basically, Maryland is it's like a boulevard of cybersecurity companies working for Cyber Command and NSA and all the various subcontractors who work for the big contractors that are out there. So they'd done a good job of placing the graduates within IT and cybersecurity, and what I would say the either local IT or the national security type of programs. Again, we were pretty impressed with that, even though it was a local program. I believe our second to last finalist was Multiple. This is a California-based program where they took basically they have a curated list of venture capitalists, founders, entrepreneurs, and the CISO community, that type of stuff, where they actively produce neurodiverse talent for a wide variety of organizations. And I just kind of listed them high level here. They were really specific about, they did AI work, they did think tank work. One of the things I know is that think tanks, the work I'm doing at Google Tech, think tanks have a lot of influence over Washington politics, what kind of laws and policy would pass with cybersecurity, including diversity programs for getting the neurodiverse into that fight against China and Russia. They are going to be producing a state of the industry report, which is one thing I haven't really seen, is just how many organizations that are out there who hire somebody with either identified as neurodiverse, specifically autism, specifically ADHD. I'd love to see a little bit more of that. But this is one of the more advanced programs that we've seen that also included, intelligence and think tanks beyond traditional cybersecurity. multiplehub.org. And our last grant finalist is the Precision Institute. Again, I was trying to do this not in alphabetical order, because usually anytime somebody did alphabetical order with Tenable, we were always at the bottom. So, the Precision Institute had a really, really advanced program for recruiting people with autism and other types of neurodiverse issues. And they were very specific about, look, if you put somebody who's got, autism, again, not going into the details of how much they did, are they going to complete the program? That was one of the things we found out, like, hey, you can set up programs all you want, but just to the nature of some of these conditions, you might not get as high a completion rate as you want. So they said one of the highest ones that we saw with the completion rate. And then, so great. Now that you've completed, you've taught somebody, can you walk them into an interview? Can you walk them into a job? Can you walk them into a mentorship program? Do you have a relationship with a program that's out there? And they specifically called out UBS M&T Bank, JP Morgan Chase, and Exelon as programs where, they had an active role in recruiting talent, and filling some of their gaps with with folks from this type of background. So, like I said, I'm sandbagging a little bit because we've kind of selected our winners. They're preparing to visit RSA. They're preparing to do like a 5-10 minute, sort of acceptance speech. So if you happen to go to the RSA conference, it'll be Wednesday, April 26th, and from 12 to 12:50. And I appreciate SANS, giving me the opportunity to talk a little bit about that, even though it's we're all in this fight together, is the way I talk about it. But just two things I want to close on before we go out. So I think you're having a variety of vendors speak, and these folks are experts in recruiting and getting in there. But one program that came up was Bank of America. The CISO there, Craig, they've been pushing ADHD, autism, other types of neurodiversity there for a while. And I had a number of programs kind of reference the work they were doing there. And of course, Microsoft. I think Microsoft, they're trying to walk that line of being a corporate behemoth, being responsible for a lot of cybersecurity, solutions and issues. But they're also doing quite a bit of work in this issue. And I thought it'd be good to call them out. So lastly, if you want to go, and if you missed any of those URLs, SANS has permission to put these slides up. You can come to gula.tech. We've got all the grant winners there, and we'll be publishing. We've got the grant finalists, and we're publishing the winners when we go to RSA. And if I could leave, everybody with anything, I would say, try to pull data care into your repertoire when you're talking about any type of cybersecurity issue, including neurodiversity issues. And I would just like to thank SANS for the opportunity to talk about our foundation. Cindy couldn't join us today, but normally we do this as a husband and wife team. And anybody who's on this and they come to the party, the event at RSA, I can invite you to our party we have that evening at RSA. So thank you very much. And I'm happy to take questions. Stephanie, I'm happy to turn this back over to you. I think that might be a little quick for you, but you set the pace.
Hello. Yeah. Yes, but lucky for us, we do have some questions. I'm really excited about everything that you talked about, but I will shut up so that I can get to these questions while we have you here. So the first one is from Julie Gonzalez. It says, I recently joined the IT diversity board at my organization. What are some good first steps for us to engage in to make our organization more supportive towards neurodiverse individuals?
Yeah, I think what I would try to do is not fall into any traps of trying to, like, I'm an engineer, right? So anytime I get into diversity issues, okay, when are we done? Right? Are we done when we have exactly 50-50 men, women? Are we exactly reflective of the United States population? That's tough. It's really tough because maybe you're lucky enough to be in a organization where it's more women than men, already that kind of thing. So when it comes to neurodiversity, you get into issues, since it's one of those fourth or fifth tier, diversity issues, you get into questions like, it's more important about having a program than having no program at all. And I think it's really important to, imagine you're walking into your boss there, and he or she is like, well, what's this going to cost? Well, if you can partner with any of these finalists or folks in your area who've gotten candidates, you can do it. It's pretty good. Sometimes it's just small things. When I was at the NSA, the government usually has a really good program when it comes to providing those support. So I would just try to be mindful of what success looks like. Don't try to boil the ocean.
And a lot of us have tried to do that. So great advice. All right. And there's another one from Emily Gladstone Cole. It says, it's clear that your organization is committed to helping people who are aware that they're neurodivergent. Awesome. Are you doing any work to change the culture so people who haven't been diagnosed? This is an interesting question. Sorry. There's a parentheses, so I'm trying to see if I can.
Well, this is one of those triggering things, because like if you have a sibling, a relative who has been diagnosed with autism, with ADHD, that's not a yes, no thing, right? It's a little relative. But then if you're in IT, I'm sure people have said, oh, I've worked with people who they're on the spectrum, right? And that's a tough thing. I really believe that you have to be forthcoming about, some of these issues and give people the strength to, to ask for help and to feel welcomed. So it's real tough. It's really tough. But I mean, I've had so many people say, I had a connection, I had so and so, somebody, and it's more empowering to people to have a program. And I would feel better if we were a little bit more systematic and we knew more numbers of that. But I don't think anybody's thought about what if we brought 100,000 people with ADHD or autism in a successful capacity to the fight in cyber. Would we be more compliant as a nation? Would we be easier to defend? We're having such a hard time filling these jobs. So I think it's more about being accepted and stuff. I don't know if that was the point of her question, but
yeah, I believe you addressed it. What they're saying here is also, she is saying here is also wanting to make sure that everyone's aware, which I think everybody's aware, that there's an overwhelming amount of cisgender white men that can be overrepresented. So I think you spoke to just being open and having the programs in place. So I believe you answered that. If not, please let us know, Emily, and we'll get back to that. Also, Lisa says, naming institutions from certain states as finalists may exclude neurodivergent trans people from benefiting from this grant if they win due to hostile policies in those states. How does your program account for the intersectionality between gender and neurotype and the practical ramifications thereof when assigning grants?
Yeah, we didn't. And, when we did the African American grant, we had people suggesting that we should have focused on more inner cities, and not this. When we did the boardroom grant, we got folks saying we should do this. It's like, I'm open for feedback. We're here to help. You can't help everybody with one grant. I was really happy to do what we did. We haven't even done the award yet. I would tell you that almost every one of these grantees has inclusivity and specifically support for the trans community. And I didn't feel like we had people applying who, yeah, we're here for autism, but we're in some state that makes it hard to do that with that. I'm sure it's out there. I don't want to be unoffensive. I'm just saying, I just didn't see that across all of our applicants.
Yeah. And I don't want to speak out of turn. I'm not really sure. I don't know what Florida's up to these days, but that's the only one I could see off the top of my head. But yeah, that's a great question. And I appreciate the transparency and honesty and knowing that there are just going to be some gaps to the support and that you're committed to the growth. So that's amazing. Another question here says, do you have any success stories from the federal cybersecurity space?
Offhand, no. I mean, we didn't have anybody apply that was specifically doing programs to place people like directly at Fort Meade, directly at the Pentagon. It was at commercial organizations, banks, universities, local, that type of thing. And now that you asked that, I don't think we asked why, because the federal government does a pretty decent job of hiring fairly diversely, including. I always felt like ever since I worked in the Air Force and the NSA that the federal government, especially civilian government, had great programs for anybody with, problem seeing, hearing, thinking different. So I just I don't think there were a lot of nonprofits focused on that specifically.
Yeah. And, I feel like with the resurgence of information, maybe in the future. Okay, we have our last question, and then depending on how much time this question takes to answer, we'll go into a break. The question is from Paige, please forgive me, Hawkinson. I hope that's right. What tips do you have for neurodivergent people looking to enter cybersecurity, and how should they approach disclosing their neurotype in interviews? Ooh, this is a good one.
Two questions, right? Two questions. So, so one of the reasons we push data care is because, if I said healthcare, you might jump to nurse, you might jump to brain surgeon, you might have gendered those people, but regardless of that, there's insurance, there's somebody who's got to take blood. It's the same thing in cybersecurity. However, but when I say cybersecurity, you probably jump to a penetration tester, an incident response, and there's actually like 15 or 16, if not 30 other roles out there. So one of the reasons I push data care because I believe IT help desk is part of that. I believe that policy is part of that. I believe that procurement is part of that. I believe, phishing education is part of that, right? You don't have to be able to reverse engineer Chinese malware to do that. So setting the neurodiversity issues aside, choosing a career in cyber is very personal. What interests you, what's available to you, what have you been exposed to? You have mentors in those areas. Those are all really, really good things. Now, when it comes to neurodiversity, this is an interesting one. You go state by state. You go, like, I live in Maryland, and literally I can go fishing by a place where they used to have it's not the right word, asylums, right? And they kind of closed them down because they were inhumane, right? That's history, right? That's just the way it is. And so there is this stigma of that. But what I'm gonna say is that cyber is such a trust issue. If you're doing cybersecurity, if you're doing data care, we're trusting you with my email, with my web traffic, my stuff like that. So you have to be forthcoming. And I don't know that you advertise it on day one, but you certainly can't be in a position where you're hiding it, because then it becomes a trust issue. So it's a very difficult thing to walk on. But I'm also going to tell you that there's such a lack of cybersecurity people out there. That's why we branded data care, so we can get it more appealing to more people. Clearly, if you're going to be in a place where you feel shunned by that or discouraged from joining by that, you're not in the right place. There's plenty of places out there who need help. So it's not a great answer. Life's not easy sometimes, but I can't imagine any of the CISOs I know tolerating that kind of behavior. If you're qualified and can do something like that. So and that's more encouraging than maybe how that came out.
Yeah, I think it's a hard problem to resolve with just one answer here. And so I don't think the pressure to like resolve the state of things is on your shoulders. But yeah, definitely agree that if they're not interested in what you have because of the way your brain works, then probably not the environment for you anyway. You probably would struggle the entire time you're there, even if you do get past the first step.
And
So
there's also the opposite. Like Hollywood has done such a bad job of, oh, you have autism. Oh, you can solve the Rubik's Cube and do this Chinese malware in 5 minutes, and that's not true either,
everyone, yeah.
And so when it comes to cybersecurity, we have all sorts of misconceptions that are out there. So I still fall back to, you should always be truthful, and you should always focus on what you can do. And that, sometimes life's not fair, but that's usually going to work out in our industry right now.
Yes, I agree. Well, Ron, it has been such a pleasure. That is all the time we have for today. And we did finish early, but we decided we're going to give this time to people to take a break. We don't want to start the next session too early, and people who have like bookmarked it or whatever can't get to it. So, Ron, it's been amazing. I'm so excited to see who actually wins the grant this year, because, there's a lot of I learned about organizations through this as well. I'm like, I kept a track list of everyone because I might want to reach out. But I hope everyone enjoyed Ron's keynote, and I hope everyone got as much questions as we were able to get to today. I hope that it was helpful. And I'll go ahead and let us go for a break.
Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you, Sam.
Yes,
Enjoy
thank
the
you.
conference.
So we will be break, and we'll be back in 15 minutes. Enjoy yourselves. All right, all right. So now we have a very, very exciting presentation from Ashton Rodenheiser, who's with Mind's Eye Creative Consulting. I'm really excited for this, but she's going to go into an interactive. Oh, wait, the slide went away. Well, I guess because you're going to present. But, I'm going to sketch noting an interactive lesson in drawing your notes. That's what she's been doing, and that's what she'll be doing throughout this event. But now you will get to see it in person, and I will shut up now so that you can get started, Ashton. Really excited.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Stephanie, and for the amazing SANS crew. As always, it is so fun to be here. I think I win for the longest title talk of the event, so gold star for me. I'm probably going to be looking all over the place I'll try to look at you through my camera. I'm also going to be looking down here and drawing along. And I also have the Slack channel up on another computer here, and I'm going to try to keep an eye on questions and see if I can answer them throughout the session as well. So you are here because you're interested in learning a little bit about the magic behind what I did this morning. And if you've been at SANS events before, then you've seen the drawing unfold. So just going to pull back the curtain a little bit and show you today some of the very non-complicated elements that I used to put together these drawings. So you are here for this workshop, and we're going to spend approximately another 39 minutes together. So here's my agenda for today. I'm going to just spend a few more minutes talking about who I am, why I'm here, and all that good stuff. And then I'm going to get into what is sketchnoting, where we sketchnote, when we do it, and some of the why behind it. I'm going to spend a huge chunk of our time together going through the graphic fundamentals, because they are fun and not scary, I promise. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about how we try to put some of these pieces together. And I'm going to really actually try to leave some time for the Q&A. But what I would love for you to do in the questions for speakers Slack channel, if you have questions throughout this, please ask them and I'll keep an eye, but also tag me. So if you could do the @ and tag me so that all the questions don't get lost and I can't find them later. So if you could tag me, that would be amazing. And during the lunch break, I will see what I can do to answer them. And if I don't get to all of them, I will answer them after the event today. So, all right. So hi, my name is Ashton, and I am actually calling in today from Nova Scotia, Canada, which is on the traditional and stolen land of the Mi'kmaq people. My pronouns are she and her, and just a little visual description of myself. I am a Caucasian woman with short, oddly symmetrical hair. It usually has a little purple in it, but it's kind of faded out. I'm wearing this like weird mustard color shirt with a red plaid blouse over top, and I have a purple wall behind me, and I've got a little faces poster beside me. So again, my name is Ashton, and I have been doing this type of work for almost 10 years now, which is pretty wild. And I've drawn out over 2,300 of these types of graphics, 8 or so of them, which we will do today. And I, first and foremost, a mom. And I think they're outside screaming right now. A mom of 3 kids. Bye. See you later.
That's here.
Okay. See, one of them is here right now.
But not the person that is wrapped up.
Okay, thank you. Are you have fun with Dad? Hey.
Well,
Yeah. You go with Daddy now, okay?
wait, I gotta ask you one more thing.
Okay, tell me one more thing.
Almost all of your dates are going with Dad
Okay.
inside this book.
Yeah.
So I did do the excavator at
All right, see ya. So, I was my youngest child. They're telling me all about the adventure she's going with her father here very soon. It is my husband's birthday today, so they are absolutely wild and very excited for the cake that I went and got their dad today. Oh my gosh. Okay. What else did I want to say about myself here? Let's just jump more into it. Yeah, so awesome to be here with you, even after our little distraction. Yes, she is. That was my she almost 5-year-old. All right. So what is sketchnoting? So you'll notice in the channel today, it's actually called graphic recordings. Graphic recording is what I call this work when I'm doing it for other people. Sketchnoting is the term that I use when people are doing it for themselves. I am using a document camera. Paula just asked that. I'm using this as a document camera. If you want the specs on it later, I will share that. But the brand, not that I'm pitching a brand or anything, is this here, IPEVO. But I think there's lots of different kinds, so don't get hung up on a brand. Very sharp. Thank you very much, Paul. So sketchnoting is the term that I use when we take drawings and we take words and we combine those together. And one of the reasons why we do this, I'm not going to get into a whole lot of brain science today because I do want us to draw together, is this idea that Alan Pavio came up with, is called the dual coding theory, which takes words and accompanies them with images or pictures. And our brains, when we put those two together, it like helps solidify that learning. So at its very core, this is part of the why we do this, instead of, how a lot of us probably learned or just by default doing our note taking in long lines on sheets of paper in school. We do something like this, where we have the images across the piece of paper, usually on a blank piece, which I'll get into in a minute. But pairing those together just helps solidify that information in our brain. What is hiding under this one? Oh, our statistic for the day as well. So doodling can increase our memory of that information by 29%, which is pretty awesome. So even if you don't incorporate a lot of sketchnoting into your note-taking, just the sheer fact of doing some little doodles actually helps you remember that information up to 29% more, which is super sweet. What is Julie? Not me taking notes in the presentation. All good, all good. How do you deal with listening and drawing at the same time? We're going to talk about that later, Adam. Okay. So when do we do this? When we are experiencing very complex information. Sketchnoting can be used in many different ways, which we'll talk about in a second. But when the information is at a high level of complexity, is a very great opportunity to use sketchnoting, because we need to help simplify information for ourselves and maybe the people around us. And where do we do sketchnoting? We can do them in meetings. We can do during lectures. We can do them during conferences. Anything audio, so a podcast, a webinar, audiobook, documentaries, written content, which isn't my favorite. I prefer audio, but written content. Basically anywhere where you're hearing information or trying to digest information and make it more meaningful and understanding for yourself. And at its very core, if you're going to write anything down, this is the thing I want you to write down. So we want to take the idea that drawing is this like scary thing that we look at and we think, well, we can't do that, or I can't draw this, or I can't even draw a straight line, or I can't even draw a stick person, or what have you. We want to reframe drawing as an action to help us learn. So we want to think about it as drawing is see, it's not always perfect, thinking tool. So we're using drawings, and Sketchnote is the container to do that as a thinking tool. All right. And hushing that inner critic for sure, John, for sure. Does it have to be doodling that is related to the topic of the discussion, or could just be doodling? So doodling straight up, as the statistic says, just doodling for doodling's sake. Another way that I describe sketchnoting is doodling with purpose. So you're just taking some of those doodles that you might do anyways or create anyways, and just making them a little bit more purposeful for the information that you're creating. One of the biggest questions that I tend to get is, well, isn't what you're doing distracting? And my response to that usually is like, we always have distractions. We're always going to be distracted in many different ways, but it's actually a healthy distraction, if you want to call it that, because it's actually helping you stay focused on the information at hand. It's called cognitive anchoring. See, John, you're so smart. Awesome. All right. Okay, cool. All right, so we're going to dive into it. How are we doing for time? Awesome. All right. Keep those questions coming. I really appreciate it. So if you haven't already, and I should have prefaced this at the beginning when we got interrupted by my littlest one, is if you don't have a pen and a paper, go and grab that now while I'm just setting this up for us. If you have a tablet and you want to draw on that, that would be cool. If you take notes and draw just a few little things along this workshop, then you're just going to help. It's going to help you remember it a little bit more long term. I didn't get a chance to before the workshop today, but I will create an actual sketch note or a graphic recording of this workshop, and we'll post it later. I just didn't get my act together before this to do that. So, when we start, ideally we have a blank piece of paper. Blank paper, which in itself can be a bit intimidating. I know it can be a bit intimidating, but we want to get away from writing everything in lines like how we just talked about, right? Pencil is great because then you can erase it, but you can also always scratch stuff out and write beside it. It's not such a big deal. You want it to be very forgiving. If you know that the title of the presentation or documentary, whatever you're listening to, sometimes it can be really helpful at the beginning, if you have some time, a few minutes, finding a part on your paper, usually I do mine at the top, and preparing a title. That kind of just gets you settled into what you're going to be capturing and takes away the fear of entering into a blank page when you have it sort of already set up and ready to go. A title should take no more than 10 to 15% of your page. All right. So that's an amazing thing about sketchnoting. That's literally all you need to get started is a piece of paper and something to write with. If you want to do it on a tablet, that's cool, or an iPad, that's amazing, but it's absolutely not necessary. All right, I'm just going to hop in the Slack channel and see how we're doing over here. How do you not miss information? Oh, great question. I need to write some of these down. Misinformation. I have some hacks for that. We'll talk about at the end. Dysgraphia, yes. Has always been hard. Okay, so actually, I have a friend who's a teacher, and she taught this sketchnoting skill to one of her students, and she actually gave me permission to have the case study. So let me dig up that case study and share it because it follows a student throughout the course of a year, from when they started with their regular note taking and how sketchnoting improved. And he actually created a sketch note of how sketch notes helped him improve his handwriting and his cognition, which was super cool. Abigail, yeah, feel free to draw this along with me. Cool. Yeah, a lot of people don't like their handwriting, which we're going to get right into here. I hear you, Joshua, for sure. All righty. Okay. So I know I didn't answer all the questions here, but I will, I promise. All right. So the first thing, what's really super foundational to sketchnoting is our letters. And I'm hearing from Joshua and some others that we're not a huge fan or we struggle with our writing. And I'm sure there's so someone's saying that cursive helps them, which is awesome. So you want to be able to write in a way that you're going to be able to understand it. And that's why sketchnoting is a really powerful tool, because if you can create a little drawing and less about words, that's even better, right? It doesn't have to be a whole lot of words, but if you can just write one word and a simple little drawing to go with it, that's great. But I'm going to give you just a few little tips here to kind of help you with your sketchnoting process. One of them, which we just mentioned a whole bunch already, is taking our sentences from going in long lines like this. And we're going to capture our information in like an imaginary square. So it's not always going to be perfect, but I am going to encourage you later throughout the event to look at my graphic recordings that I've done, and you'll see that I do this all of the time in mine. So write in a box. When you take this simple idea and put it in a little box like this, it just helps contain it so that you can more easily add images and other words and information around it. Whereas if you're writing in long sentences across your page, it doesn't allow you the flexibility as much to be able to move things around. It looks like Michael's saying that studying technical drawing and drafting helped him improve his lettering, which is super cool. Yeah, there's lots of lettering things out there to support folks. Yeah, and someone's also saying that they haven't used pen and paper in a while. So yeah, that can be a struggle for sure. But yeah, just practice writing, your letters. I write in all capitals because that's what I'm most comfortable with. I'm not a huge fan of my lowercase, and I've just leaned into my capital letters. I know sometimes that can be a little bit hard for people to read, but I try to make them as clear and concise, and each letter exactly the same. So the guide that Michael just posted, if you take notice when you're writing your letters, ideally you have, every time you write that letter, it's going to look kind of similar, which might be a challenge for folks that have the dysgraphia, but yeah, that's sometimes a nice way to help keep it as clean as possible so you can read it later. As long as you can read it and understand, that's all that matters. If you want to kind of create this space to find, because a lot of time with sketchnoting, you have to capture quickly. So you can write really quickly out the alphabet, and then you can write it really slow. And then you want to find that in between. So you can see this is, more messy, this is more neat, and this is like an in-between. So there's a little exercise for you to try later. Okay. Have I ever experimented with something like Excel or Notion? No, I prefer to do everything by hand, but I'm sure there's like some really great tools out there. Also, color. Oh my gosh, just so many questions. Okay, I'm just going to continue on and see, and then I'm going to spend all my time at the end answering questions, hopefully. All right, cool. All right, so the first thing after letters, after we've got started on a blank piece of paper, we're going to draw some lines. So hopefully if you're drawing along with me, just draw a line. I find you can create a cleaner line if you don't hesitate and you just draw quickly. Doesn't have to be a straight line too. Once you kind of get comfortable with that, do some wiggles, do some jagged ones. Just get comfortable with putting pen to paper again, especially if it's been a while, if you've been out of practice. Just practice drawing some lines. Go ahead and do that. So I'm going to talk about some of the benefits and how we can use lines and arrows in a second, but we're just going to talk about arrows first and then combine these two together. So arrows is a line with a point. All right, we did it. You can draw an arrow, line with a point. You can jazz it up as much as you want. Let's put a little circle at the end of that. If you want to be able to draw an arrow like this, that is even every time you draw it. We're going to walk through a little exercise. This is another opportunity for you to put pen to paper. We're going to create a box here. It's going to be open on this end, okay? And these end at the same point, roughly. Okay, then we're going to play a little connect the dot game. So we're going to imagine a line out here and imagine a line out here equal distance. And we're just going to put two little dots there. Okay, I can tell on my screen here it's not great, right? So let's put it here. And then we're going to imagine a line down the middle. And then we're just going to pick a point out there. And then all you're doing is playing connect the dots. So line, line, and then connect at the end. So if you play this connect the dot game every time you do an arrow, then it allows you to create an arrow that's always going to be like symmetrical in design, but you can change the body of it. So you do something like this. We've got our opening, right? We're doing our line out. After you get lots of practice, you don't have to do the connect the dots necessarily, and then out to the end. Okay, it's just building up your muscle memory. All right. So yeah, you can do lots of different shapes. They can be fat, they can be skinny, they can be all different sizes. Cool. I find working with paper easier for memory retention. I know that, Joshua, there is some stats around that, but I don't have them or know for sure. Yeah, we'll talk about color here in a minute. Mary. All right. So, I forgot to tell you how to use these. So lines and arrows are super foundational in our sketchnoting because we can use them to connect ideas, to show direction, to separate information, and to spark. Or to highlight, something like that. Okay, so look at this. Look what I did here. I used an arrow here to connect that information. Okay, I could also use an arrow to show the direction. We're going from here to here, just like that. All right, separation. This could be a container, which we're going to talk about next, but it also could be a line, just the purple lines that I did ahead of time to show the separation between the start and the letters. Okay, and then we've got our spark lines. All right, so those are sort of 4 different ways that you can use lines and arrows interchangeably. Sometimes a line might work better, sometimes an arrow might work better. These are sort of decisions a lot of the times that you make in the moment. All right, so we've started with our blank piece of paper. We talked about letters, and we just talked about how lines and arrows can help connect, show direction, separate information, and spark and highlight, spark/highlight. Okay, so containers honestly are my favorite. They're my favorite element. We're starting to get into a little bit more drawing elements here when we're talking about containers. All right, so we use containers to group information, to show what information lives together on your sketch note. We what are the other two? To make I'm going to call it make meaning. It's not what I mean, but and to highlight, or like a subtitle. Okay. So let's say somebody's talking and they said 3 things. You could put those 3 ideas, because we're writing in our imaginary squares, remember, 1, 2, 3, and then we're putting containers around them and grouping them together. Okay, so instead of just having them sort of floating around the page and we don't know if they belong together or not, we create little containers around them. There's so many different ways you can do it, but I just kind of put them in these weird boxy blobs. To make meaning, we could use, let's say they're talking about a podcast, and we put the podcast information, then we draw our box, preferably. Did it the other way around, but preferably do your information first and then put the box around it so you don't run out of space. And then we're talking about a podcast, so we do like a little phone type image here. Okay. All right. Just to sort of like highlight that information and make it more meaningful to that information. And then sometimes we can use containers to highlight like a topic. So maybe you have, can I use this? Maybe we have the title of our page at the top, but maybe we're gonna just write letters here, because letters is an overarching idea of sketchnoting. And then we put a little speech bubble around it like that. Okay. And then you could put your information underneath of it. But we know it belongs together because it's underneath the container. It's like a little mini title, little subheading. Okay. So containers are fun because they can start, the reason why I like them so much, because they're starting to introduce in some of those drawing elements, which can make it really, really simple. So if you've got your pen and your pencil and your paper, I'd love for you to draw along with me here. So we could just take like a square that's not perfectly square, just like has, I say has a little energy to it. I don't know if that's quite right. It could be like a little sticky note. You could just like leave it on its own. But you could add these like little half circles. And now it's a notepad. Okay. We can do this. Have another one. Add a little rectangle. And then add a little half of a square, I guess, or half of a rectangle. And now it's a clipboard. And let's do one more. We're going to do like an oval. We're going to do a square. And then we're going to do a line. It's like a little push pin in the piece of paper. And we're going to put little dots. All right, cool. So our information could be in there. And you can use those as you see fit to help group, make meaning, and highlight some information. All right, we're going to move right along here. Do you number pages as you go or leave them blank as you are now? Most of the time, I'm creating a sketch note on one piece of paper instead of multiple here. But yeah, you could certainly number your pages so that they don't, so you kind of know what order they're in, or you could have a sketchbook and then they'd be in the order of the sketchbook. Lots of options. Okay, so people tend to be a very scary thing. People get freaked out that they can't even draw a stick person. But I am going to tell you, drawing stick people are great. If you want to just draw stick people, you can. But if you want to upgrade from a stick person, we're going to do a star person. So we're going to draw a star. And I'm just going to show you how one is made. These little elements here of the star are the arms. these elements are the legs and the body and the head. Okay, so I usually start with the head and then arm, arm, leg, leg. There you go. The great thing about star person is then you can move the arms and legs as you see fit. So maybe you want your little star person to point to something. So one arm is up and one arm is down. We can use those little spark lines, and maybe you have some information up here you wanted to really highlight. I think drawing people is really important because most of the time people are involved in these conversations that we're drawing out, and I think it's important to highlight them. So can you redraw that from the start, please? I'm assuming you're asking for the star person. So I'm going to do my circle. Yes, circle. And then just like we have our star arms and legs, I'm just doing like a triangle, and two. The great thing about star people, like they don't have to be proportionately like correct or anything. If you want to, you can also do like a box. I call it just a box person, and have lines for arms and legs. And sometimes I'll put little circles. Okay, same thing with these. You can put their arms up, down, around. They could be doing a yoga pose. You can do whatever you want. Can you show a star person running in motion? Man, okay, let's see here. I would probably do a circle kind of on the side, like this. Let's do the arm. I guess I'm doing a box, not a star person, sorry. Arm, arm. Something like that. I probably should have put this leg straight and this one bent, but you get it. And then you can put like a line in behind them so it looks like they're standing like on a hill or something. Okay, cool. I dig the similarity to Keith Haring, especially with spark lines. Cool. Okay. Okay, Vicky, you're awesome. Okay. All right. Color. Okay. Okay, I'm running out of time here. Okay, so color. All right, I'm going to keep this super simple. Ideally, less is more, okay? Less is more. My general rule of thumb is 3 colors plus a black or like a dark color. You want to use your dark colors for your lettering and your writing, and your light colors for like highlighting. Try to avoid using like yellows or oranges in your lettering because it's harder to read later. For color wheel, if I can get this right quickly, purple, red, orange, yellow, green, blue. Yeah, okay. So these colors beside each other in the color wheel, they're always going to go nicely. If you're not sure what colors to pick, they're always going to look nice together. If you want to go for that like wow factor, you pick the colors across from each other in the color wheel. So your purple, your yellow, your blue, your orange, and your red and your green are going to make it pop off the page. Okay. And then bonus here, I didn't really get a chance to talk about bullets, but they're really helpful when you're making lists. And if you really want to make something look like it's popping off the page, then I recommend introducing shadows, imagining your light source, and then putting the shadow on the opposite end. Okay, I know I'm running through this part really quickly. I apologize, but you don't have to use shadows, but it just like makes it really poppin', really nice. Okay. Are there any happy little trees asking? Yeah, I love Bob Ross. Happy little accidents. I channel Bob Ross in everything I do. Happy little accidents. Okay, now we have to start putting some of these pieces together, right? So those are like the drawing fundamentals. The sketchnoting process, which I'm just going to spend like 2 minutes on because I really want to answer some questions. Is the tricky thing is trying to do all of these things at the same time. You're trying to listen to information, you're trying to draw it out and try to make meaning. So the sketchnoting process, which I have come up with, is one part of it is listening. We have to listen to information. We have to make sense of what we're listening to, which can be one of the most challenging pieces. And then capture, which I just gave you a lot of the fundamentals on how to do that, some of those things. So practicing some of the elements in capture will allow you to give more focus on the listening and making sense. And then in the middle, doing this all together, is our visual language and our visual vocabulary. So the visual vocabulary we just started with. Okay, some of those pieces, you practice them. That's the beginning phases, steps to your visual vocabulary. And knowing that it is a visual language, just like any other language you're learning. If you were to learn a different spoken language, it's the same kind of thing. You're looking at translating information into those drawings. So we don't have time to talk about all of that today, but generally this is how it kind of comes together. So listening and making sense, I'll just leave you with a few little tips here, is don't feel like you have to capture absolutely everything. So the way that the dual coding theory works and how our brain processes information a lot of the time allows us to help remember things, even if it's not captured. So don't feel like you have to capture absolutely everything and let go of that, because it's literally impossible to do. Listen for little key phrases that like the speaker or the person is saying, or how you emotionally connect with information. If you like, oh, that's really interesting, that's probably something that you should capture, right? So when you're doing sketchnoting for yourself, it's about your own process and what you want to remember. So just like tune into how you're feeling in the process as well. Sometimes people will set themselves up so you can lean into that and listen for those cues that they give, but people don't always do that, but okay, so, all right, I'm going to try my best. Stephanie, I'm not sure if you're there, but I really wanted to leave more time for questions. I knew this was going to happen, but I'll see what I can get through in the 3 minutes that we have left.
Yeah, and they've tagged you in them too. So
awesome. Yes, I hope folks did tag me. I do have a 15-minute workshop that you can walk through. I put the information in the graphic recordings channel, as well as there's like a free to work on your visual vocabulary. There's a free tech doodle book with 10 graphics. And I actually just launched a community where I'm going to be in there helping people. So if you want information about the community that I just launched last week, just private message me. Yeah, so I'm not sure what I should start with here. Yeah, movie posters for sure. Yeah.
I have one I think is great. I don't know if you already saw this, but it was saying that they were diagnosed with dysgraphia.
Yeah.
And did you already answer that one?
I mentioned it. I'm going to pull up a case study that I have about dysgraphia, but yeah, I think too is like you can always use like not virtual, but like digital tools to help you create these types of things. And I know someone mentioned a few different ones on here. Maybe we can collate some of that. But yeah, like even like using PowerPoint and putting your information in squares and finding some icons and stuff to kind of help you. Yeah. So, but I'm going to pull up that case study because it's very inspiring for the student that learned sketchnoting and how it helped them. I find the type of ink is important to change pens to crampy hands. Yeah, I find I use like these like large felt tip pens as you don't have to press very hard. So I would say just play around with different tools to see if there's something that feels like a little bit more free flowing for you. But yeah, I find sometimes like the smaller pens, actually my hands cramp up a lot more. So this is honestly like the smallest pen that I normally use because I find the small ones, my hands just kind of cramp up a lot. Yeah, maybe we've got time. I got 1 minute left. If there's Anybody who wants me to answer their question, put it right at the bottom of the questions for speakers. And I'll see if I can get to it. What's your go-to stationery shop? So I mostly use this brand, which is Neuland. I'll put it in the information. They're refillable. The body of the marker can last forever because you can replace the tips and you can buy the ink to fill them up. They are super sustainable and amazing. Yeah, they come from Germany. I have to order them from a company in Germany, but they're amazing. And I met the owner and he's like super nice. Vicki, you're the best of the best. Vicki's the best of the best. Thank you so much, everybody. I apologize for going so quick there at the end. This always happens. I think I'm so good for time and then I'm rushing at the end, but now I have to change gears and draw the next conversation. But what I just quickly want to say is I encourage you moving forward today, look at my graphics that I create and pick out the things I talked about. Look at how I use lines, look at how my lettering is, how I use some containers, and you'll actually like notice there's not a whole lot of like drawings in it. Okay. Maybe don't tell Jennifer and the SANS people. It's all a facade. It's all a facade, but
I feel like we appreciate them the same.
Yeah, like dissect what I do over the next few drawings and you'll see like, oh, I see how she used a line here to connect the information, and just like you use that and check it out. But I will absolutely answer any of your questions. Just make sure that I'm tagged so that I don't miss it. But I really appreciate everybody's enthusiasm. It was so fun to watch along in the Slack channel, and I appreciate that.
You're also a beast for being able to answer comments and questions as you're going along. I was like, is anybody feeding her this? So
it's I don't know. I'm just so used to multitasking and doing so much when I'm doing this work. So I do definitely crash at the end. Everybody just kind of goes on. But I have birthday cake waiting for me at the end of this. So it's all
your
good.
Birthday?
My husband's birthday today.
Oh, happy birthday to your husband.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Ashton, for this. Everybody's super excited. The chat is blowing up. And we're going to actually take a 15-minute break. It's looking more like 13, but we'll be back soon with some panels. So stay tuned, get some water, do some deep breaths, do your thing, and we'll be back in about 12 minutes. All right, we are back. I hope that you got some water, took a walk around wherever you are. And we have a really exciting panel, so I need you to be awake for this. Everyone is invited, making cybersecurity conferences user-friendly for all. We've all been to conferences, so we know how it goes, but I will not take up too much time. Casey Zerkis is going to be moderating this panel, and I'm going to go ahead and pass it on over.
Hello, I'm here, but I'm not sure that I'm seeing my video. So is everyone able to
We
see
can
me?
see you.
Okay, wonderful.
can.
Great.
We can see
Fantastic.
everyone.
Okay. So thank you so much for having me. I'm excited to be here with Kat and Nathan to have this great conversation. So before we get started, I'm just going to ask my two panelists to introduce themselves. Kat, why don't we start with you?
Hi, everyone. My name is Kat Cantillo. My pronouns are she, her, they, them. I am autistic as well as having learning disabilities like auditory processing disorder. And for that, I identify as neurodivergent. I am the threat ops analyst team lead at Huntress, and I am the DEIB advisor to the board of WESIS Neurodiversity affiliate. In my free time, I love to be creative, play video games, and speak on neurodiversity, accessibility, inclusion, and belonging. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here. Nathan.
Hi, everyone. It's great being here. My name is Nathan Chung. My pronouns are he, him, and I'm currently a security engineer at Berkshire Hathaway Home State Companies, and I'm a global neurodiversity champion. I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, so it's great to have both you and Kat here with us. And, there's definitely a reason why you are the chosen panelists for this conversation. Kat, I want to start off with hearing from you about the checklist that you created about, what might be useful for conference event planners to be thinking about in their planning and accessibility provisions. And what inspired you to do this work?
Of course. So I think about a year ago when the affiliate was just starting to be put together, Nathan and the affiliate president Cassandra were working on how to put me into this role, right? How can I be a part of the affiliate? And when they had offered me a DAIB advisor position, I had thought about all the things that I would want to do in that position to, help places in cybersecurity be more neuro-inclusive. And so it had been really thought about for a while, but then cybersecurity conferences were happening, and I was reading stories on LinkedIn about things weren't neuro-inclusive, just like the world's not accessible, right? So not every place is going to be accessible to neurodivergent people and disabled people, chronically ill, etc. And so I thought, what would be great? A checklist, at least a place to start from. You don't have to take everything from it, but at least it gives you an overall list of things that people can do. And from that, I had reached out to Nathan and I said, hey, I have my things that I would want to list on it, just being somebody who has traveled and has been to other places, what could they add into that? I said, but there are people out there that have actually been to cybersecurity conferences. I have never been to one in person before. So I was like, I would value them having that experience to add that to this checklist to make sure I'm hitting everything I can. So ultimately, it just came about through that.
I love that. And I love your goal of trying to hit everything you can, right? Because it's hard to sort of see the world through everyone's eyes and everyone's experiences. So I love that you're making this a community effort to really understand multiple perspectives. So the idea of making cybersecurity conferences user-friendly for all is definitely something that all of us think about, right? What I love about what you did, Nathan, was that you actually took action to get input from the community. And I have on the slides here some results from a poll that you had administered. Can you share with today's audience a little bit about the survey you conducted and what your goals were?
Sure, absolutely. Because when discussing with Kat, it got me thinking. I was very curious to hear from the committee how they felt about conferences being accessible to people. As you can see from the results, there were three options basically. 12, the results showed 12% people say yes, it was great. 30% showed that it was okay, the basic needs were met. But the big shock was 58% said their conferences do not provide anything. And taking another step further, the even greater shock is the vast majority of that 58% are women who have special needs. I was, quite frankly, my jaw was on the floor when I saw those results, because in all these talks, when we talk about barriers that's keeping women out of cybersecurity, this poll, the 58% shows another barrier that, quite frankly, women's needs are not being met at conferences when they have a disability. And we really need to do a better job to make conferences more accessible. It's like not a should do, we must do this.
Right. And so I want to go back here just to give our listeners sort of some context to what maybe folks were thinking about in terms of accessibility and meeting needs when you administered this poll. And maybe, Kat, you could share with us, what are some of the items on that checklist that sort of were universal? You talked about wanting to meet everyone's needs, right? Yeah. And so I would imagine that some of the items on the checklist may apply to some people, not necessarily needed for all. And so what are some of those universal checklist items that were sort of echoing across your whole communities?
I could share the checklist, but I would think that, like, on the realm of, like, I approach it in a very sensory based focused. So a lot of neurodivergent people have, like, sensory issues, or like they're hypo or hyper sensitive to sensory things. Like, for me, bright lights are a big thing. I will not be able to, like, process my information. So maybe there's, like, a large group of other neurodivergent people that also have that problem. Loud noises, that could be also a thing. So I think that, like, the aspects that I have in the checklist that could be relatable, almost could even be relatable to even people that are not neurodivergent, which I think is the key here, that if you make a conference neuro-inclusive, you're not just helping neurodivergent people, you're helping everybody. So I would say, just like, when you're going to a conference, you want to be able to learn something. That's what you're going there for, right? So you're learning and you're networking. And so for people that are neurodivergent, that might be a little bit easier way of approaching it. But sometimes, you might have a bad day, right? So for example, the day just not going very well. You don't really feel like talking to somebody. And people that are neurodivergent, sometimes we just don't want to talk, we're not in the mood to talk to people. And there are simple things like images, or like you could wear, like, something on you that says, right now I'm not really available for talking. And that communication is just right there on you. You're like, okay, I'll come back at another time. That could help everybody. I don't know if Nathan wants to share something on that, but that's what I have.
Sure, absolutely. Because when asking for input from this poll, I was, quite frankly, shocked by all the various inputs from people, because people are very strongly about how conferences are, like, it's like a jungle. It's like navigating a minefield of all these obstacles. Like, when, for example, one lady shared how just going through the, like, kind of expo area where all the vendors are, it's like they just literally get bombarded by people getting in your face saying, come see our product, let me talk to you about trying to sell you this or that. It's great, wonderful, but for a lot of people like such as myself who have autism and ADHD, it can be a nightmare.
Mhm.
Literally sensory overload, anxiety from just all that. But
Yeah.
from the checklist, what shocked me that people really, really need it is a quiet room where they can chill, relax, and be free of sensory overload. That was one
Absolutely.
of the
Yeah.
highlights. Yep.
Yeah, and I myself have auditory issues. So things that if there are noises or like even like low resonating noises that are consistent, it's an auditory nightmare for me. And I can't focus, I can't think. So I totally understand that. And as someone who loves an expo floor, but is not at all in a position to be making investment choices for my company, I get so intimidated when I go to, because I want to go and see. I think it's, incredible and it's fun and a little bit it's definitely overwhelming, but it's cool to see. I wish I could walk around when no one else is there so I could see, what everyone's booth looks like without having to interact with anyone, because it's overwhelming and uncomfortable, especially for introverts. So I love that you're all, just bringing these topics front of mind for people to be thinking about. And Nathan, I'm just curious if you at all, or in what ways your experience as particularly a cybersecurity professional and the conferences that you've attended has informed the work that you've been doing with Kat.
Yep, absolutely. Because at many cybersecurity conferences, I'm a very vocal about neurodiversity and the benefits of it. Like, for example, like being able to find a needle in the haystack, or being very being a very detail oriented. These are competitive advantages, which makes people like us very, very, very efficient at working in cybersecurity. But we can only be efficient if our needs are met. And quite frankly, we still live in a world where many people are just afraid to ask for what they need because there's still a lot of negative stigma of being broken or being labeled as like the next person be shown the door. Because if you see on news, there's so many layoffs going on, and I can imagine this probably drives more people to take a step back, say, "Hey, I'm not ready to be open about this yet."
Yeah, absolutely. Kat, I want to go back to the checklist, and if we can pull that up at any point, that would be great to just have that visual to share with our audience. But I know that the slides will be made available along with the recording. So if we aren't able to see it now, you will have access to it. But when you think about the checklist and then you look at these poll results here, what was most interesting, both in an expected and unexpected way in these findings for you?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. When I think about being neurodivergent and thinking about what needs are of me, right? I'm one person and every person is an individual. So I took a look at the findings that Nathan had found. I think he did a poll on LinkedIn about just other additional I forgot the word. The train have left the station. Okay. All right. I will get there. Yes. So he did a like a LinkedIn poll survey to find out additional things that people could have if they could have it. And there were maybe 3 or 4 things on that list where I was like, wow, I didn't even know that existed. So I got to learn something new, which I think is a really great thing to think about, is other people putting in their input. It goes to show you can learn something new about something related to accommodations, or just best practices, as I like to call them. So if I think about more specifically that, my words are not doing so well. I do apologize.
No, you're fine.
I think that ultimately it wasn't too surprising in terms of knowing that there is more to be done. I just think that I was it was not too surprising. So ultimately what I'm trying to put together is it wasn't like it was expected to hear that there was other things that could be done at conferences and stuff like that to make it neuro-inclusive. But I got to learn based off of what those other additional things were. So I didn't know, for example, I'll just give, I didn't know about the sunflower lanyard for people with like chronic illness and other neurodivergent needs. And so that was something I got to learn more about, which I did my research before I added it to the checklist, because I was like, okay, this is really, really vital. This is important. And so something like that was something that I didn't expect to find in the findings, but got to even learn more for myself and to be able to help other people.
Yeah. And, a few of the things that you had talked about that were elements of the checklist had to do with sensory, sound, sight, smell. But there's also, visual things like printed digital materials, especially, people who are have dyslexic or are colorblind, just sort of thinking about how all of, different brains interpret visual information is important too. So just giving considerations to things like, large print or audio in addition to print, or accessibility of digital files, creating PDFs, things of that language and things of that nature. And then also, because I was thinking ahead, ensuring that systems are able to provide closed caption like we are here, and that events are able to provide sign language interpreters. That was one thing that, I know that we have that available at RSA conference, but I also saw it at WESIS a couple of weeks ago in Denver, and just really appreciate sort of that thoughtfulness of how are we making everyone feel, that they are getting as much as they can out of this experience.
Yeah.
And I can, if you don't mind, I would like to chime in. One other huge piece that many people have indicated that they need is gender neutral bathrooms, because for many, especially in the LGBTQ plus community, that is so vital.
Yeah.
Because when I saw that, when that came in loud and clear, I was frankly shocked, because I didn't even think about that.
Right. And
so
that was kind of my point earlier with, appreciating Kat's perspective of, wanting to talk to other people, because there are some things that we're not all going to think about, right? Because we all have different experiences. But when we, it's what do we do with that information? Do we say, oh, that doesn't matter because it doesn't apply to me? Or do we say like, oh, no, of course, that's something that's critical to provide that kind of access so that everyone feels welcome and included, right? And, Kat, you had also mentioned the name tags and, a flag that conveys, I'm not interested in talking right now. And just a quick little anecdote. I used to be a teacher, and I shared an office with several other teachers, and one of them was a particularly chatty fellow. And sometimes it was quite obvious in my responses to his efforts to talk that I was busy. I was focused on something else and I didn't want to talk. So he made flags for all of our desks with a red, a yellow, and a green flag, so that, when we were open to just chit-chatting, we could put the green flag up. But when we, were working and focusing, we needed the red flag. And if you needed to interrupt me for a second to ask a quick question, we'd put the yellow flag up. So I thought that was, interesting to add to the conversation. Just,
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily need to be an event. It can be among our coworkers, right? That these sorts of just acknowledgements and awareness of other people are important to see too.
Absolutely. And I'm happy
Yeah.
you brought that up, Casey, because I think another very critical piece of conferences is being able to go the hybrid route, because despite COVID going away in some places of the world, what makes it difficult, especially for many women, a lot of women still have various other health conditions. Like, for example, I know many women have poor immune systems. Many of them cannot physically go to a conference because they are very much worried about their health. I think conferences do very much need to do a better job of having a hybrid option, so that a speaker, even though they're at their home and you can't attend the conference, they can still present their ideas, because many women throughout the world, they need to be heard. They need to have a platform for their ideas to get out there.
Yeah. And Nathan, that brings me to my next question is, I love the checklist, and I'm trying to, without being able to share the visual, trying to bring up as many points that are listed on here as possible. Sensory friendly sound levels, sensory quiet rooms, clear signage, getting comfortable with people before the event. I love how you have it outlined here, Kat, that there are things that you can do before the event, things that you can do during the event, things that you can do after the event, accessible toilets, gender neutral single bathroom stalls, accessible transportation from the airport to the event, discounted companion tickets, scooters or wheelchairs, service animal toileting. There are lots of things that, are valid things to think about. So I guess, what do we do with this now? What are your hopes for the impact that this checklist will have? And I'd love to hear from both of you. Nathan, why don't we start with you?
Sure. It is our hope that now that we have a checklist with a lot of committee input, our hope and goals are essentially to help drive change. We have to drive the change to help make all cybersecurity conferences accessible. Like, I understand this isn't going to happen overnight, and a lot of organizations will struggle to even adapt some or most of the changes, but like we got to take baby steps. At least start with the basics, like closed captioning and transcription services, and the signage. Like, just get started, and in my view, that will open the door wider for more women to go to cybersecurity conferences, and it'll help to address the cybersecurity gender gap.
Love that. It's an ambitious goal, but I like the reality of the baby steps. Kat.
So the hopes that the impact would have. I know that the check looks like it's long and there's a lot. It's of course not exhaustive. There's probably numerous other things that could be added to the checklist. But I think that ultimately that I hope that people who are in businesses or in organizations that are doing offsites and conferences and events, that you can look at your mission, look at what your focus are, what your best practices are, and kind of revamp it. You don't have to change everything, you don't have to start all over, but add those focuses in. You can pick a couple of things. You can look at what might even be the most affordable for you, since I know that cost is something that's really important to look at. So look at the most affordable aspects, maybe even free, and start with that. Add that to what you do day in and day out, because if it's included into everything that you do, then it's not a second thought. It's not an additional task that you have to complete. That's definitely a hope that I have, that people will kind of make it a best practice. It's not It's not like if I were to go to a conference, I'd have to request accommodations. I would love for it to just be something that is already there. I hope that people realize that it really isn't that hard and that expensive. I know there's a couple different areas that might be a little bit more tricky, but we're a community, a cybersecurity community. There are so many people here that are willing to help out, both in cybersecurity and just neurodivergent people, to help make this happen. Ask, reach out, figure out what you can do to make sure that other people feel, or everybody feels included, especially our focus on neurodivergent folks. And I just hope that also my hopes will also go to neurodivergent people. I hope that in the future that there will be more conferences that you go to, that you won't have to be like, oh my gosh, like, I wish they had this, that, and the third, or I didn't get anything. I just spent like $400, $500 at this conference. I didn't grasp anything because there was no closed captions or any of that. Or I got lost at the place where the conference was because there wasn't clear signage or agendas. I didn't know what I wanted to do. So I know that personally, that being able to go someplace and bring your whole self, I hope that for all the neurodivergent people out there that are listening and other people that are in the cybersecurity community, that you can go to these conferences and feel included and feel like you belong, not that you're an extra thought or like a burden or something like that. So my hopes go for both businesses and for neurodivergent people.
I love that. Thank you. Thank you both. Nathan, I know that offline, you and I have spoken about your experience last year at you were a speaker at a conference for the first time, and congratulations, that's super exciting. But knowing that it can feel very overwhelming, the conference actually offered you, I think you said, a lot of resources to help you prepare. Can you maybe talk a little bit about that experience and the impact that had on you?
Absolutely. For starters, that was my very, very first in-person talk. So as you can imagine, for a person like me with autism and ADHD, it was very challenging. It was quite frankly terrifying. Like for example, for challenges, like when you're speaking at a media conference, you're literally in a spotlight. You're being blinded from all the light. Next, you have all the crowds. So I got a lot of anxiety just seeing a crowd of people staring at you. So that gave me a lot of anxiety, and most importantly of all, like I was terrified just from the timing. Like many people like me, we have a tendency to ramble on, and it's like time is just something we don't think about. But I was fortunate. Like the conference organizers, were very accommodating. So this was at a Uniting Women in Cyber event in Virginia last year, and the conference organizers were very accommodating to me. Like for example, they helped me to check out the setup, how the chairs were arranged, the stage, and they took me on a little walking tour. Like this is how you walk, and this is the path from where you're sitting to the stage. That really helped. Also, when I told them about the lighting, they helped tone it down a bit. That really helped too. But like next time around, I'll probably wear sunglasses. But yeah, walking the path, seeing the setup, that helped. And most importantly, they showed me that at the bottom of the stage, there's a little timer. That's how you can track time. All that took the edge off, and I was able to relax and enjoy the event a little bit more.
Yeah. Those are definitely important because it is overwhelming to get up there. You know, you can prepare mentally for it as much as you can, but then when you actually get up on the stage for the first time, it's like, oh, wow. And, let's be honest, many attendees at sessions at conferences will take the back seat. And, if it's a large room, it feels even more overwhelming because there's so much space between you and the audience. So I love that, there's efforts going on that help to make speakers feel more comfortable. And I want to be cognizant of time here, recognizing that we do have a couple questions in the queue. I'll throw out one last question for Kat. You had talked about a positive experience that you had. You said that you travel a lot. Can you share some of the ways that either TSA or airlines have assisted you with accessibility?
Definitely. I know that there's a program called TSA Cares. It is a free program that the TSA, the airlines, at least I know in the United States, I'm not sure about any other countries. And so, as we all know, probably, I believe airports are terrifying and super overwhelming. And if you need that extra, support or guidance, I know that even if I'm with somebody and I check in, I have that fear of going through the line where you have to take off your shoes and take off your jacket. They actually go with you through that whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
They could even have someone come and meet you at the, like, where you get dropped off before you even go inside if you needed that extra help. But for me, it was just, we checked in. I said, I called about emailed about the TSA Cares. I don't like calling people on the phone, so I only email. And somebody came and met me. It took us right through, my wife and I took us right through the whole entire setup. It was so less anxiety provoking for me that by the time we got to the end, they walked us to our seats and then just said, like, okay, we'll leave you here. And then they interacted with the person at the ticket desk, and then was able to help us on with ease, got on early, about 10-15 minutes early before everybody else, was able to get into the seat, sit down, relax before the whole crowds came through. So I didn't feel any judgment or any, I wasn't being discriminated against. It was just really caring people who just wanted to help out. So if you ever travel, highly suggest TSA Cares.
Yeah. And Kat, I really have to thank you for mentioning that in the conversations that we've had prior to this, because my 81-year-old mother-in-law was flying alone from Boston to DC, and she's not easy on her feet as she's getting older and hard of hearing. And you had mentioned TSA Cares. She was terrified of flying alone. And I called TSA Cares, and she got to DC and she called me and she said, that was incredible. And I have no fear of ever flying alone again. It was fantastic. So thank you so much for sharing that experience with me and now with our attendees. And I do want to get a couple questions from the audience. And, I know we've talked about some of the checklist items. Adam is bringing his crocodile to conference, his emotional support crocodile to conference, because it helps to reduce with social engagement. So kudos to you. That's wonderful. And we have a question about some of us are parents of neurodiverse children, and that is challenging to take time away from conferences. How do we improve that?
Real quick, I can chime in real quick.
Yeah.
This is why the conferences, they need to be accessible. Like, for example, like for many people, they not just parents, some people they have health concerns, or they are taking care of a sick parent, for example, or they just cannot find time to get on the plane. So being able to attend and or present at a conference virtually is very critical.
Yeah, I agree, Nathan, because, the cost of travel and the resources that it takes to be able to make sure that your family is taken care of in your absence can be overwhelming. And there's definitely something to that experience of being able to learn in person and do that networking together. But, we have the RSAC 365 digital cybersecurity learning program that offers year-round education for that very reason, right? Because it's not just one day that we all come together and learn, or 1 week that we all come together and learn. The opportunities abound, and we see this kind of education available all over the industry, which is wonderful. I think, in light of the pandemic, there's been an explosion of digital, virtual, hybrid content, as we're doing now, that really reaches a broader audience and makes the content accessible to a wider group of people. So I appreciate that point very much. We talked about cost can be sometimes overwhelming. Does anyone have advice for support for women who are seeking an ASD diagnosis for accommodations? I notice more males are diagnosed, and my family member has tried to get a diagnosis, but fewer minorities that I know have been diagnosed.
I would just
I'm so sorry, Pat.
go ahead.
After this, we will be breaking, but go ahead for like 5 minutes.
Not a problem. I was just gonna say, I know that we often talk to a lot of people in WeZest Neurodiversity affiliate about seeking a diagnosis. So not to put that out there or anything, but definitely check us out. We can have that conversation, and you can talk to other people who are also looking for or seeking a diagnosis, because I know it's a long process, and sometimes it's almost like unbearable to get through. So just know that self-diagnosis is still validating. So yeah.
Also,
Pat,
to add,
Nathan, thank you so much. This has been such a great conversation. I really appreciate you all asking me to join, and everyone being here today. Nathan, I'm sorry to cut you off.
No worries.
Respectfully, we have to stick to the schedule here. So I'm going to turn it back over to Stephanie.
Yep, thank you.
Yes. Thank you all for joining. Casey, thank you for moderating. This is wonderful. We're going to have 3 minutes before the next talk. So if you have any feedback, there are also questions, Casey, Kat, Nathan, in the Slack channel if you want to answer them, some really good ones. So I will be back to introduce the next panel in about 3 minutes. All right, that was a very brief break. Next, we have another panel that is going to be moderated by the wonderful and lovely Jennifer. The panel is called Public Persona, Strategies for Public Speaking and Presentations. I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you, Steph. You've been doing an awesome job today. I am really excited to be here. I am the Director of Strategy and Mission for our Summit team, and I love the things that focus on the SANS mission, which is to build a stronger, more inclusive workforce. And so I'm really excited to be here with the panelists. I'm going to have them introduce themselves in just a second, but the WESIS Neurodiversity Affiliate is doing great work. I love everything that Kat and Nathan talked about, including the accessibility for speakers. So this group of panelists has a little bit of a different perspective on doing public speaking. And so we're going to get into that. Brandon, you were actually my inspiration for this whole topic. So I will have you go first with introductions.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brandon Evans. I'm a certified SANS instructor, as well as the course author for Sec 510, Public Cloud Security, AWS, Azure, and GCP. I do a lot of other things, including I am the host of the SANS Cloud ACE podcast, which Stacy was actually a guest for. And I'm here to talk to you about my storied history as a public speaker and how I've had struggles as well related to acute panic attacks.
All right, let's kick it to Stacy.
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Stacy Dunn. I'm a senior solutions engineer at SANS. Wow, here we go. Starting off real strong, real great. So anywho, you got to roll with it. That's my first bit of advice for you. So just to tell you a little bit about myself, I do identify as neurodivergent. I have ADHD as well as general anxiety disorder, chronic depression, and some other various things. So I enjoy drawing, painting, writing, playing video games, reading comic books, doing yoga and powerlifting. So you all know a little bit about me.
All right, and Megan.
Hey everyone, my name is Megan. I am a co-author of an instructor in development for SANS 4509, Enterprise Cloud Forensics and IR. And during the day, I'm an engineer at IBM. I'm joining this panel because I've been doing public speaking for most of my cybersecurity career and even before that. And I've been doing it despite my own challenges with autism and ADHD. So I'm looking forward to speaking today, sharing some of the things I do to get past those hurdles.
That's great. So Brandon said something interesting to me. Actually, all of the panelists kind of pointed out when I said, hey, everyone's scared of public speaking. It can be really overwhelming. And they all, I'm not that scared of it. I've kind of learned how to do it. So we are hoping to encourage people so that you know public speaking is a possibility and there's no reason that you should hold yourself back from it. And you might see somebody like Megan or Stacy or Brandon doing one of these conference talks and you just figure, well, they're just naturals. That's a skill some people are born with. I wasn't born with that. But Brandon, what do you think about that when somebody says you're such a natural?
If anything, I am naturally predisposed to not be good at public speaking. And this is something that I think is kind of frustrating is with any skill set, at least in the technical field, people say, oh, you have to study and apply and do all of this work. Like no one expects anybody to be a fantastic mathematician or software engineer at birth. But the people who do public speaking, oh, they're just born with it. You can't learn public speaking. And to me, it's so frustrating because although you see me speak at SANS events and at courses, I've been doing this for quite some time now. I did a lot in college and I really had to build up the confidence that I use today in order to overcome some of the difficulties that I have surrounding anxiety. But even thousands of hours past then, I still do occasionally have acute panic attacks where my hands get sweaty and my vision blurs. And, you know, I've learned some tactics to deal with that. And one of those tactics is just to build up confidence. And also you can build up that skill set by repeatedly working on the skill set. It's not something that anybody's born with, in my opinion.
So Megan, when I proposed this topic to you, you said, yeah, I'll do the panel with you, but I don't have a lot to add because I kind of like public speaking. So what do you think about that? Do you think you were just born with it?
Oh no, I'm the same. I'm here where I am because I learned it. I actually, when I was in middle school, high school, so like my preteens, I through my school, specialized school, was sent through Toastmasters. So I actually had speaking classes in my teens that kind of started me there. And so there you see, like, when I was learning, they had to tell me a lot of things that I didn't know, and I got all this feedback. So I started off as a weak speaker learning these skills. And then even if you go back now, if you were to go on YouTube and choose one of my talks from 2017, when I first talked at a cybersecurity conference, to this panel or any other talk recently, it's just miles apart, the difference. Like, I still cringe at myself to watch replays. I can rarely ever watch one of my old talks because I'm like, oh, it was so bad. But like, I'm growing as I do it more and more and more. And so that's one of the things I do is like, just keep doing it. You get more and more comfortable with every time. So it's definitely not something where, yeah, the first time I stepped on stage, I was just there. I had these skills. It is everything I've been learning since my preteens.
So you mentioned Toastmasters, which I think is a fantastic resource. Will you talk just a little bit more about that for anybody who doesn't know what Toastmasters is?
Yeah, so Toastmasters is like it's like a global organization type thing that you do. They have a lot of meetups locally. You go, you're expected to give a presentation of different styles, different topics that you have. So mine was all a bunch of homeschool students, and sometimes it'd be a 15-minute fire talk on a hobby. Sometimes it would be a 20-minute speech on someone who's inspired me. These various topics, everyone does it. Then the other students, the Toastmasters, the people who are running it, they go ahead and they give you feedback. This is what you could have worked on. This is what you did well, etc. And actually related to that, same thing for SANS. Like, a lot of people don't see in the background with SANS, like how much is put into our instructors' development for speaking. So I have instructors and I have talent managers watching me teach and saying, hey, you did this good, but here you did this, here you said this, let's try and work on that. So that feedback loop that both Toastmasters or programs like SANS has given me a big deal. But Toastmasters, it is pretty global, or at least in the US, there's lots of chapters. So it's a great group if you want to practice those speaking skills and get constructive criticism back if you feel like you need that feedback.
So that is a great resource. That's a great way to practice. And Stacy, you have done something that I think is a really smart way to build some public speaking skills. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, so to answer the question of was I born with it, I would say yes and no. And I would add that, to piggyback off what everyone else is saying, it's like anything else. You do have to learn it. You have to practice. You have to like really try and get good at it. And the different types of things that I've done to get better at presenting, one of which, this is completely out of the realm of what is professional, but stand-up comedy was something that really, really helped enforce my ability to present in front of people. Because I don't know if any of you have ever been heckled before, for example, but boy, oh boy, does that really prepare you and kind of get rid of that nervousness that you might feel too. And one of the things that I like to fall back on when I present is being comedic anyway. It's kind of my comfort zone too. So if you're in front of a lot of people and you're going out there with the intention of making them laugh and then they don't, it's just like, well, there we go. I guess I didn't do that. But then you learn from it, right? You try to figure out who your audience is. You try to work the crowd in different ways, try to find different ways to relate to them. So that was kind of an unconventional way that helped build me up and really like fortify my ability to speak.
That's amazing. So Brandon, you touched on the anxiety and panic attacks and breathing techniques. And so I wonder if you can go a little bit deeper into that, into some of the things that help you, especially from a psychosomatic perspective of, calming yourself down with the physical reactions that you experience.
Yeah, so I think that this is also related to a symptom that many people might have called intrusive thoughts. And this is when you think about things that could potentially go wrong and you overly fixate on this. And I've talked to professionals about this subject, and it seems that that kind of thought process comes about due to evolutionary biology, that in order to be on high alert, in order to deal with all of the dangers of the world, the natural world, we have to be really focusing on things like, hey, is there a tiger out to eat me, for example? And some people have an issue where they overly fixate on that to the point where they think that they are going to sabotage themselves, where they say, oh, there's a tiger, I'm probably going to run right into its mouth. And similarly, I think the same way when I'm public speaking. I say, I really want to make sure that I have a good time here and that all of the people watching this presentation are going to have a good time. So I should definitely just say a lot of really offensive things in order to sabotage myself and mess up my career, or just say things that are wrong, or get into an argument with a student. And I think about this because I'm overly fixated on the things that are dangers to me, to the point that I materialize them. So understanding this and using deep breathing exercises can affect the way that you think about this and really calm yourself down from this. And as my mantra, the mantra that I've had to myself is, there is no tiger. There is no tiger. There's no reason to think that this is going to come up and eat you.
That's fantastic. So Megan, you have a very cool hobby when you're not being an information security professional. And so I would imagine you know a thing or two about calming your physical nerves. Do you want to talk about what you do outside of work?
Yeah, so what Jennifer is referring to, and she actually came in person to one of my events, which was super cool, is I fight Muay Thai and kickboxing in my spare time. So that's my hobby on the side. And I realized I actually started fighting after I started speaking, but I definitely realized that like that relationship of how they both kind of impact each other, because when I started fighting, everyone talked about the like essentially stage fright, that nerves of being under the spotlight in a ring, dozens of people, if not hundreds, looking at you and what you're doing and all that time. And I just never felt those nerves. I was like, well, like for me, when I get in a ring and I'm fighting, my brain is only focused on me and the person in front of me. I can't be too worried about the people off in the audience when there's punches being thrown at me. When I go on stage and speak, I'm staring at a crowd who are focused on me, looking at me. I'm trying to keep eye contact. I can see how they're reacting. And so it's kind of that it made me realize that kind of regardless though of being speaking or performing or athletics, you're in a room full of people and you kind of have to like just focus on what you can control. And so for me, it allowed me to block out the audience when I'm fighting because I'm just focused on what's happening in the ring. And when I'm when I'm speaking, you know, it goes the opposite way. Now, okay, well, at least I'm not getting punched in the face. This is pretty easy. Like, yeah, there's still 60 people in front of me, but, you know, I don't have to worry about getting knocked out in front of them. So it's just that thing. It also, again, like you said, there's that physical aspect. So doing a sport, being able to have that mind-body connection of keeping control of my thoughts and how they might affect me physically, vice versa. So it's definitely surprisingly something that I think helps with my public speaking in terms of just performing in front of a crowd.
Well, Megan did not get knocked out. She won the fight that I went to see, which was very exciting.
I did.
Also, I feel like it's a big win that Ashton got the "there is no tiger" soundbite and is already making us a very cute tiger
Yes.
that we want to make stickers out of. So Megan, you just said something interesting that I want to follow up on for any of the three of you who want to answer this. So you said something about speaking and making eye contact. And so obviously as a person with autism, eye contact can sometimes be a thing that, you know, people are not that comfortable with.
Yeah.
So for any of you, when you are talking to a crowd in person, do you have a strategy of, you know, pick the friend in the front row and make eye contact with her or anything
So for me, it's actually funny is it was something I realized and I tell people is honestly, I'd rather give a presentation to 50 people than be one-on-one with a single person, partially being that eye contact, that one thing. And for me, it isn't pick a point and focus on it. It's the opposite. It's like, I don't have to look at one person. like I can look around the room. That's what I'm expected to do, is kind of pass. So I can look at someone if I'm kind of uncomfortable with that moment of eye contact. Okay, just change my eyes, move somewhere else now. I can look at a point in the room. I don't have to physically be looking at a person, because if I'm looking at that empty chair, no one else knows I'm looking at an empty chair. They just assume I'm looking at someone else in that moment. So it's actually more of like, I naturally want to move my eyes all over the place. And so speaking in front of a crowd of people allows me to do that. And so it's actually more comfortable for me from an eye contact perspective.
Stacy or Brandon, do you have any other kind of physical things that you use in person? Like Brandon, I can tell that you're at a standing desk and you're pretty active while you're doing this. Is that something that you find helpful? Is that part of your teaching style when you're standing in front of a classroom?
Actually, it's definitely not something I actively do. This is more of just fidgeting, and I don't necessarily do it consciously, but in person, I do move around because that actually does engage people better if you're speaking on their side of the room or another person's side on the room. Regarding eye contact, it's actually really funny because I get a lot of benefit from someone making eye contact with me. That's my best friend, is whenever I have someone looking directly in my eye and nodding, I'm going to look to them at least every 2 minutes to be like, yup, I'm still making sense. I'm still connecting with the audience. That's fantastic. So not quite as big of a problem for me, but I also don't think it is necessarily necessary to overly fixate on eye contact. I don't think it's as important as people make it out to be in public speaking, at least. But in one-to-one communications, I can understand why it's emphasized a little bit more.
Stacey, what do you think about that?
I think I kind of fall under the same category as Megan here as well, where it's like, I don't focus on anything or anyone in particular. I kind of see it as this like amorphous blob. I don't really know how else to put it, where it's just like, there are people out there, I can recognize it. I can look at various faces, but not for too long or anything like that. So I know, as Brandon had mentioned, that you are getting at least some of that visual or facial feedback. That's kind of the thing I focus on whenever it comes to a crowd or presenting, especially in person, because whenever you have lights blasting in your face, that's, you can't really always see anyone either. So it's, depending on the venue or the circumstances, it can change. So I don't try to focus on one thing in case that thing is not there.
So Stacey, you said something great when we were doing our prep call. So you said, you know, I kind of am not that nervous once I get started. Maybe I'm just masking for my whole presentation. But then you also said, it's like I become somebody else, like I'm a presentation werewolf. Yes. And so, you know, hopefully Ashton's going to give us a presentation werewolf, because that's amazing. But so do you kind of feel like, hey, there's just something that takes me over when I get started?
I do. And I've been thinking more about that and whether or not that I feel like it's a form of masking. And as I thought through it, I almost feel like it's more of being myself, but an amplified version of myself. Whenever I'm about to go into a presentation, it does feel like I transform a little bit, but it's more like I'm elevated or heightened or just amplified in some way to where I lean into my eccentricities, or I lean into the things that I think make me a fun or exciting person. And I just let that kind of take over as opposed to anything else.
So for anybody who's kind of new to the way that we talk about neurodiversity, can you expand on masking and what we mean when we say that?
Yeah, so masking is whenever you kind of, I don't know, it's like you're wearing a mask in front of other people. You're hiding some of those things that you might have that, quote unquote, make you ADHD or autistic or neurodiverse, because, you know, whenever you do have those different qualities, they're not always qualities that other people are as accepting as. And that's exactly why we're having this summit, for example. We want to make sure that the things that we do, the things that we feel, and our behaviors are acceptable. So masking can be at times a way that someone can kind of, you know, put on a face, do the things they feel they need to do in that moment. And then, you know, maybe at the end of the day, you take it off. But I don't want to necessarily encourage masking per se, but I did want to, you know, kind of talk about it a little bit, because I do feel sometimes when I get into meetings that just inevitably happens.
So somebody in the Zoom said stand-up is great, and was curious whether any of you have done improv classes, because that's just such a great way to build strong skills. And then it's funny because Steph and I were actually talking yesterday about how our style as public speakers is more improvisational. Like I want to know sort of what we're talking about, but then I really just want it to flow and feel really organic. So I'm curious from any of you kind of what your strategies are. If you know you have a presentation, how do you balance preparation versus being spontaneous and coming across as being really authentic, also keeping track of time and sticking to deadlines? Because there's a lot that goes into, you know, you showing up and talking for 35 minutes somewhere.
In terms of doing improv courses, I've done one and it was a lot of fun, but not something I've stuck to. I wish I was a comedian like Stacy, but not quite there. But in terms of my preparation style, I do something that's, I think, kind of interesting, which is for really important talks, I script out like every single word, like down to the punctuation. And if I'm doing this online, this is really easy. But what I've taught myself how to do is how to read something naturally so that people cannot tell that I'm doing that. Now, if I do that presentation a couple of times, I no longer have to have that in front of me. I've done it so many times that it becomes quote unquote muscle memory. So that's one strategy that I personally use. And I don't think there's any right or wrong answer to that question.
Yeah, and I can,
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I can add to that too. I wanted to address something in the chat I see here as well, asking about two different things. Someone had asked about blinking during a presentation, and then another one was asking about fixating on speaking later that day and struggle to get anything done. Yes, absolutely. That was me today in a lot of ways. What I like to do in terms of preparation is I like to over prepare, and I also like to pretend that I'm a novelist, that I'm going to tell a story. I like to think about what points I want to get across, what character I want to be in that moment. What do I want to convey? How do I want people to feel? What do I want them to take away from everything? So I think those are the ways that I prepare. I will do bullets. I might even write a script sometimes, so I have something to fall back on in case I do just completely blank. And in terms of the improv part, I haven't taken any classes, but I try to at least memorize, if you could think of it like chapters. I try to memorize the chapters of my talk, like those key points, those areas that I know I'm going to touch on. That way I can kind of go through that mental list of where I think I should be in that moment.
Megan, did you want to add anything on that topic?
Yeah, I was just gonna say I'm kind of opposite of Brandon. I'm kind of the one who like wings it in a way. Like that sounds almost like a bad thing, but like I guess I'm kind of like closer to Stacy. Like I make sure that I feel knowledgeable in my subject area, because that's what's gonna make me sound like an expert, is I know it. And if I know it, because I don't get the nerves from speaking, like some people, they do want to prep because of those nerves going into speaking. Like for Brandon, that's how he like balances out some of the anxiety of he knows he's going in for it. For me, I don't get the anxiety going into speaking. So for me, just being confident that I know the subject matter and knowing those high level points, that's how I prepare. I don't like go, this is what I'm going to say here, here, and here. I go, okay, this slide, I'm going to talk about forensics in AWS, and I know how to talk about that, blah, blah, blah. So I kind of go for the person who is saying, do you fixate on speaking later that day and struggle to get anything done? No, because I pretend like I'm not even speaking. Like it's bad in the sense that half the time I like literally woke up today and looked at my calendar and was like, oh crap, I'm speaking later today. Like I gotta remember that, set alarm, because like I purposely try not to focus on it, because if I focus on it, I overthink. I think of it as when I was in college, it'd be exam day and I'd go into the class and every single student was nose in textbook on the subject matter we're about to test on. And I'm like, if you didn't know it going 5 minutes leading up to the talk, you're not going to know it now. Same thing. If it's an hour before the talk and I'm actually not ready, I'm probably not going to be ready in an hour. So I got to believe that I'm ready, in which case there's no point in sitting around and stressing about it.
Yeah. Stacy, you kind of mentioned that, you know, I have this plan in case my mind just goes blank in the middle of a presentation, but Carmenella was actually asking in the Slack, how do you deal with that? If your mind goes blank, if something goes wrong during the presentation, you just forget the whole word that you were going to use. Do you have any strategies, or have you had that happen and had to overcome it?
Oh, yes. So as I said, I will always fall back on humor. If I forget something, I will do something that's kind of a visual gag, or I will make a joke about it. It's just like earlier when I started, I was talking too fast. I got excited and I tripped over my words. And then it was like, you just kind of have to give yourself a moment, laugh at yourself a little bit. And, it could be just as much as saying, to a crowd of people, all right, just give me a moment. I have to reset, or something like that. And then allow yourself that time and that sort of joke to move forward. At least that's how I handle it, because I feel like that is more personable and relatable. And people do understand that, look, if you're presenting in front of a lot of people, it's not always going to go as smoothly as you'd like. And, having that little bit of, just sort of jiving with yourself can help alleviate that. And it's memorable too, I think, in so many ways.
So doing what I do here at SANS, I work with speakers all the time, hundreds of speakers every year. And so we get first timers. We love first time speakers. We get people who are very, very nervous. And I have found that if somebody goes up on stage and they say, I'm sorry, I'm really nervous, or this is the first time I've ever done an in-person presentation, the audience just kind of embraces that. And Brandon, you had a thought about that earlier in Slack when we were chatting about how people feel about you as a speaker and your nervousness.
Yeah, it's really important for folks to understand that 100% of the time, you are doing better than you think you're doing in public speaking. And this isn't even just a disconnection between your perception of yourself and reality. It's actually that they want you to succeed so much because your incentives are aligned. If you do a job that they thought was bad, they've wasted their time going to that presentation. So they are actively trying to find value in your speech, which means that they are going to be so forgiving of some of the mistakes that you make. They're going to completely push that to the side because they want to get solid content out of that. And if you know your stuff, you're going to give them that content. So always believe that you're doing better than you are, because it's 100% true.
And like you said, the audience wants you to succeed. People love to be at a presentation where somebody starts out saying, I'm so nervous, or I've never done this before, and then absolutely slays the presentation. It makes you as an audience member feel special. Like, I got to be part of that. I got to support that person. And it's really great. However, some of us have the opposite problem. So if you had looked at the agenda before, I wasn't originally going to be the moderator. But then when we did our prep call, I realized we could all get so excited and talk about this for like the next 4 hours. And so maybe it's better if we have somebody whose official job is to keep time. So for any of the three of you, somebody was asking in the Zoom, when you get really excited, especially if you're talking about something that you love and you find yourself kind of stumbling over your words and getting overly excited during your presentation, or if you just get so into what you're doing that you lose track of time. Do you have any strategies for that, kind of reeling yourself back in when you get too into your presentation?
I can start.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So whenever I will present or I'll talk on something, whenever it comes to a presentation, I know that there's that invisible structure. I know that I'm time bound. There are times whenever I do prepare for a presentation where I will practice it. If I have a PowerPoint or something like that, I see how long it takes me to do it. I see where I'm at with each slide or how long I take per slide. And I try to take like a mental index of that. In terms of if I don't have something like that in front of me, or if I don't have a way to actually physically keep time, I will try to ask myself, or have a watch on or something like that. Or when I'm talking about a topic, I'll ask myself, is this enough? And if I say no, I'll keep going a little bit. And each time I create a new point, I'll ask, is this enough? Do I need to move on to the next thing? And it's kind of just creating this, these different stair steps to get to where you want to be. And if you do structure it in the context of a story, you can also ask yourself, where's my beginning, where's my middle, and where's my end? And how close am I to that end?
Yeah, so Megan and I are the winging it types, but Brandon, this question might be for you. Somebody asked in the Slack, do you have a checklist? So beyond just kind of scripting your talk down to the punctuation, do you have a checklist that you use each time?
Not really. And I think the reason why that is that the process of preparing for the talk, the process of scripting out my talk gives me the confidence and understanding of what I want to cover in the first place. It's kind of comparable, I think, to actually taking a GIAC exam, right? When you take a GIAC exam beforehand, you typically make an index. And the process of creating that index is so useful in terms of learning the material that sometimes people end up not actually using the index once they get to the exam. They've internalized so much of the content by just preparing. So that's kind of where I'm at with my preparation. I think naturally the points come together, and I would err on the side of explaining more, not less, because if you think this is a useful talking point, then it's probably useful to someone. So as long as you've rehearsed the talk a couple of times, and you know you're not grotesquely over time, you're probably okay. And you can always adjust in the middle of the talk as well.
Okay, we have 5 minutes left until we go into our break and then come back for the second half of our event. So I want to give each of you a minute or so to just wrap up. Like, what are your takeaways? What are the things that you hope anybody who's joined us today will leave here knowing? And I will go Stacey, Megan, Brandon.
Oh, yeah. If I had to give at least 3 takeaways, because triangles are powerful and the rule of threes, when it comes to art, I would say, we can see it here. We're all a little bit different. We all have different approaches, and everyone is going to be a little bit different. Make sure to do what makes you feel comfortable and confident, whatever that is, whether it's prep before, whether it's acting a certain way during, what that might be, what that looks like for you is what's paramount. The second thing is everyone can present. And as we talked about, some do it more naturally than others, but if you train and you practice and you work toward it, you can get on a stage just like the rest of us here. You deserve to be heard is my third and final takeaway. So do not forget that. If you have something that you want to talk about, you deserve to be heard.
Cool. Well, I'll continue with the rule of threes and give my top 3. My number 1 would probably be go into a talk with the mindset that if one person takes something away, is worth your time. Honestly, if you're in a room full of 50 people, there's going to be a part of the audience who either decided they weren't really interested or they already knew everything. But as long as there's one person who made it worth your time, like, it was a success. As long as one person came up to me and said, thank you, that was a great talk, I'm pleased. I don't care what the rest of the room thinks. 2, I'd say, and I'll half answer Abigail's question about brain blanks in this, is the audience does not know what you were intending to present going into the presentation. This is something I'm still working on myself, teaching SANS content, is if I forgot what I was going to say, or there's something on the slide and I don't even know why it was on what I was meaning to speak about with that, just move on, pass over it. They're not going to be like, excuse me, you didn't say anything about XYZ. They're here to hear what you have to say. So just when your brain blanks, move on to what you are ready to talk about. And 3, man, I had a list and then I got one of those brain blanks. 3, I'd say take any opportunities you can. So take small ones if you need to. Like, I run a lunch and learn at work. I'm always encouraging people. They'll be like, oh, but I've never given a presentation. I'm like, cool, then 20 coworkers on a Friday afternoon, WebEx should be easy. So look for those opportunities, local meetups, things like that. Anything you can do to just start practicing and take it, and don't worry about it. Go on a small platform. Okay, maybe that one meetup in town, you're worried about what they'll think of you after. That's 20 friends you might lose, but most likely you're going to gain 20 friends after it. So take the opportunities, run with it.
So I needed to have 3 points in order to close this out. I only had 1. So in the theme of this, I started typing out the other 2 thoughts, and now I feel prepared enough that I could probably just glance over it and know what I'm supposed to say. The first thing is just the value of public speaking and teaching. Those skills have been the number 1 skill that I've learned in my career. It's been so rewarding, both for advancement as well as fulfillment. I highly recommend that you give it a shot, even if you think that you're predisposed to not be good at it, because I bet you're going to do a lot better than you expected. And also, you're going to have a lot of fun with it. And that'll get to my third point in a second. But secondly, is if you're nervous and you have some experience as a public speaker, try to think empirically. So looking at the past, looking at history. Have I done this before? Yes. Did I do well? Yes. Is there something catastrophically different about today that would make me do much worse than I did last time? No? Okay, that probably means that I'm going to do a great job. And finally is have fun with it. I was actually having a panic attack before one of my presentations, and someone just said, "Hey, Brandon, this is going to be fun. Have fun with it." And then immediately so much of my anxiety melted away because I realized that worst comes to worst, I don't convey the points I want to convey, but I had a really good time. And that in turn got my mood so up that I was able to do, I think, quite a good job. So I really appreciated that advice.
This has been so much fun, and I would love to stay and keep chatting with you all, but we have to take a break now. We are going to be back here at 6:15 Eastern. We have a bunch more content coming up for you this evening, and actually it's going to be happening in person here in Orlando. So thank you for spending time with us. Thank you to my panelists, and we'll all be in the Slack. So chat with us if you have more questions. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Oh my God, it's very loud. Hi, I am your chair for the evening portion of it. My name is Stephanie. I go by StephanSec on Twitter. If you are on Twitter still, bless your heart, and you can find me there. I'm also a security engineer for Cisco and a vice president of the WeSys Neurodiversity affiliate. So after my mouthful, I'm going to go ahead and introduce the lovely panel, and I'll also let them introduce their topic. And then also they're going to have a moderator, which is Rob. But enjoy. I'm excited that you're here, and thank you so much for coming.
Thank you. All right, thank you. So this panel, my name is Rob Lee. I'm the curriculum director here at the SANS Institute. Formerly used to run the digital forensics incident response curriculum, and they somehow thought it would be a brilliant idea to put me in charge of all the curriculums. I don't know why, but I'm really proud to be at the Neurodiversity Summit here and helping lead this panel on higher education and neurodiversity. My background has been 20 years in cybersecurity, and I also have two 11-year-old twins. My daughter, who has severe anxiety, is on what a lot of people kind of think that she is in the neurodivergent category. So I've become very fascinated with what she's going through, especially like with anxiety related debilitations as it relates to education and learning. So it's one of the reasons why I'm personally invested in talking to my esteemed colleagues out here. And I'm going to roll down to my left to well, actually the right to left or right left to right, depending on which side you're facing on, starting with Mick Douglas. And what I'd like everyone to do is give a short introduction about yourselves, your thoughts on neurodiversity, are you neurodivergent, and why you're asked to be on the panel.
Hi, everybody. My name is Mick Douglas. I'm a SANS instructor. I also run my own consultancy, and in my copious spare time, I'm also a member of the IANS research faculty. I am neurodivergent. I've had ADD. I was diagnosed when I was in grade school, and I've been fairly forthcoming on social media about it. If you interact with me for any length of time, you'll kind of realize that I'm not quote unquote typical. I don't know, what else did you want to know?
Why you're asked to be on the panel?
Why I was asked to be on the panel is
volunteer.
I was voluntold.
Voluntold.
Yeah.
Jennifer Santiago?
Yeah, Jen put me in a headlock and said, you come here. No, I there was a mention that there was going to be this panel, and I said, hey, I'd be happy to chat and share my experiences.
Excellent.
My name is Adam Kozlowski. I am an operations team lead for GIAC certifications. I was asked to be on this panel not because I'm neurodivergent, but because I help manage the accommodations process for GIAC. That is something that's very important to our test takers and also very important to us.
I'm Sadie Gothier. I work at SANS at the SROC division, so we work on the courseware. I am neurodivergent. A little bit different story. I actually had a chronic illness when I was younger, about 5, and it attacked my brain. So that actually caused a lot of my neurodivergent qualities. I was invited on the panel because I kind of bring that student view. I'm a little bit newer to SANS. I've taken a few GIAC exams and had some successes and some failures, learned a lot. So hopefully I can contribute to this panel.
My name is Jason Nicola. I'm a SANS instructor for enterprise penetration testing. I'm a pen tester by day at Pulsar Security. And when I found out this panel was going to take place at the summit, I asked to be involved because I grew up the kid in class that couldn't sit still and couldn't keep quiet, but no one ever thought to think, hey, maybe he thinks or learns or communicates in a different way. So I spent most of grade school and high school and early college trying to learn about how I learn and interpret the world. I didn't really get it figured out until I was in my mid-20s. So I'm excited to share some of that perspective of somebody who hasn't stubbornly taken advantage of any of the accommodations that are available to me in life. And I'm eager to learn a little bit about them here as well. So pleasure to be here.
All right, that's awesome. So everyone who is in the audience or watching virtually online, please post your questions into the Slack channel. I have some prepared questions that we're going to start with, and then I'll be bouncing back and forth between the questions in the Slack channel. I think it's 1A questions for the speakers. So we're going to start off on what impact, and we'll start with Jason since you have the microphone. What impact do you think neurodiversity movement has had on the SANS Institute in particular?
Yeah, so I would say over the last few years, especially, it's something that I'm seeing talked about more across a lot of society, our industry, and within the SANS Institute specifically, where it's accepted and embraced to be open about what your specific, unique needs are, and not just not even just in a showy way, but in a way that there really is a push to try to accommodate the different learning styles and to recognize that people don't learn and communicate in standard ways, even though we've really tried for the last 100 years to sit everybody down in a seat and have you be quiet and listen and ingest the information and take a test to prove that you've passed it. So I've seen a major push to welcome and gain some of that feedback about how each individual is different and accommodate some of those learning styles, especially for people who have neurodivergent learning patterns.
Anyone else want to talk about SANS? I know.
Yeah, sure.
Here in a second, I'm going to ping on you as well about GIAC and SANS. No, go ahead, Sadie, you're first.
Oh, yeah. So
I'm prepping him to let him know he's next.
prepping him. Yeah, so I actually came from a government agency. When I left, I didn't really know what I wanted to do. I knew I wanted to be in cyber, but I was trained as a cryptographer, and then most of the jobs that say cryptographer are a little shady. But someone from SANS, Phil Hagan, actually recognized that I had some talents. I went to a lot of these free summits, just as you guys are here. I talked with a lot of great people at SANS who thought like me and embraced me, and Phil brought me on to SROC, and he really saw my neurodivergent qualities as assets to SANS, and I think that's huge, and I think more companies need to be like that.
That's awesome. Adam, and I'm going to expand on the question. What ways is SANS and GIAC trying to accommodate neurodiversity in test taking in the classroom and beyond?
Well, I think we've seen definitely an increase in accommodations from test takers. I think just the movement has empowered people to, ask for things that they feel they need. Maybe they didn't know that they needed or didn't know that were there. We do have a pretty comprehensive disability accommodation policy that we follow. So I think that sets a good framework for test takers to kind of figure out where to start.
Mick, do you have anything to add, or Jason? Anything more? Okay, Mick?
I think that as an instructor, one of the things that I've seen is I don't think you folks realize how much the instructor corps gets a lot of coaching and mentorship on how to teach, and we share a lot of tips and tricks on how to make it accommodate for different learning styles and people who have different needs. And, we do things like, hey, if you need to stand up in the back of the room, like go do that. Or if you want to, like in your rooms, you usually have these big black rolling AV cases. And a lot of times the classes will move them into the back of the room and use them as like a standing desk. I mean, little things like that can have a very big impact. And so I find that, I don't know, like it's just more of a, hey, like I respect your needs and let's see if we can make that helpful for you in a way that sets you up for success and doesn't like degrade the experience for everyone else. And it's usually win-win-win.
I have a question for Sadie. So what are some of the obstacles that a student might face in a SANS classroom and trying to deal with their neurodiversity, and what accommodations do the instructors usually make for students?
That's a great question. I think, first of all, I think we are always learning about neurodiversity. It's an ever-changing subject and topic. Not one person has the same neurodivergent qualities. But, so that translates into the classroom, especially if it's something where, you're reading material. Some people prefer it auditory. There's a lot of different ways that, people can struggle, but the authors have really taken into account that everyone treats differently. That's been echoed here. And, SROC deals with QCing and reviewing all of the courseware material to make sure it's as accessible as possible. So we really have a two-fold system to ensure the most accessible courses that you can. And I think it's been excellent.
Jason, Mick, do you have anything to add about the obstacles students face in the classroom?
Sure, yeah. So I'll answer it with a little bit of personal perspective. One of the things that I really struggle with is organizing my mind. And for a lot of my life, I've tried to get my mind to not try to run a million miles an hour or draw connections between things that I'm hearing and tangents. And eventually, as I get older, I'm learning to kind of embrace that and try to find ways to alter my environment and processes so that I can actually use that as an asset and not as a weakness. But in trying to learn through SANS courses in college and even at work through briefings and things like that, one of the things that's been difficult for me is keeping up with information while my mind is trying to draw all these conclusions and go off on tangents. So one of the things that I've done is tried to get ahead of the information as much as I can. So for a SANS class or a college course, if I have access to the material ahead of time, it's a little bit more work for me. But I'll try to take notes to just get, a few hours ahead or an hour ahead if I can. That way I can allow my mind to kind of wander and try to draw associations, because I think of it like reps with the information. It's not the first time I've seen it, so I can do it while I'm taking my notes. I can also do it while I'm hearing the lecture, and the little bit of added prep work on my part means that I can kind of allow my brain to act naturally, and I can alter my preparation so that I don't have to view it as such a negative. I can just allow it to happen.
Nick, do you have anything then?
Yeah, so the question is, well, like, what sort of challenges, obstacles? I think that one of the things that I always struggle with is owning up to the fact that when I'm a student, when I'm on the other side of the table, it's not a natural environment. The chair is hard, it's uncomfortable. I don't personally do well sitting that still. I have to almost always go to the front of the room because that's fewer visual distractions for me. I think that, I don't know, like, this is not a natural environment for pretty much anyone. And so trying to find ways to make things work for you, like when I'm doing the labs as a student, I bring some really nice headphones that have noise canceling. And even if the instructor's playing music during labs, most instructors don't, in my experience. But if you are playing music, I want to be hearing my music, because there's certain music that helps me be set forward. So I don't know, there's a lot of challenges in the classroom.
So I'm going to flip it on the other side. So you engage with a lot of instructors here at the SANS Institute who are not neurodivergent. So how do you educate them on the behaviors of a student and how to recognize it in the classroom and help to take care of those students?
On SROC as a QA'er, I mean, I am neurodivergent, so I think that it is an asset, right? And I think the biggest thing is when you're talking to neurotypical people, is to not use so much jargon, because when you use jargon, anybody gets confused, right? So posing it as a question, say, hey, I read the instructions this way and did it this way. I don't think that's what you expected, right? And so just showing people through action, if one person can think through the labs this way, it's likely that another person is going to, and that might lead to a negative outcome or a negative review, and nobody wants that. So just demonstrating it for them is a big deal.
One of the things that I give SANS a ton of credit for is that they really do try to prioritize the student learning experience. So the feedback loop from students to instructors and to the SANS organization as a whole is something that SANS as a company spends a lot of time trying to tighten and reinforce. If you've ever, I'm sure you'll get an eval at the end of this. If you've never been to a SANS event, you'll get an eval too. Don't worry about it. Yeah, it's not a SANS event without one. And we really do take in as much of that information as we can, and especially over the last couple of years with after the pandemic and remote learning, and Slack has become such an important tool for instructors and students to share information. So I see a lot of stories of instructors that are approaching things in unique ways to try to accommodate their students as much as they can, to accommodate different learning styles and what the different students might need. So there were lots of terrible things about the pandemic, but this kind of forced push to share information remotely and adapt is something that has borne some beneficial fruit as well.
I think another thing that you probably don't realize is that the instructors receive a lot of coaching even from SANS. There's an instructor development process that's quite rigorous. And one of the steps in the process is you get taught how to teach. And I got lit up during that because I was using judgy terms like, oh, this is easy. And they're like, no, it's not. And I'm like, well, but it is. It's just the one command. And they're like, it's easy for you. And I was just like, oh, so there's a lot of care that's given in framing things in ways that are more neutral. It's like, hey, this is a foundational thing, not easy. Right. And so there's a lot of attention to, like trying not to use loaded terms. Like I'll tell you this one, that if you ever want to like get me triggered, say Mick is a high functioning person, like, oh, like things like that. They mean it as a compliment, but my God, does that really grate my nerves? And so, a lot of conversations are had both formally and informally on how to have these kinds of conversations and how to be sensitive to people.
And that's, it's so important, especially in the instructor cadre, to, really understand the amount of training that a lot of instructors go through. But so much is, born out of the classroom and in the like lunchroom and other environments like that. Have you ever had a conversation with any of the instructors or faculty that you've had to kind of educate them on?
Yes.
Okay. How did that go? How did it come up?
They're no longer with us.
Oh.
No, it wasn't because of that.
Okay.
It wasn't. There's been people over the years. There's been people over the years that are a little more colorful, and so it's not particularly off-brand for those folks. And I do believe that the nature that they had for that was a contributing factor to their departure.
Jason, anything?
Oh my.
Oh my. Yeah. Well. Wow, that spilled it right there.
Yes, so one specific event does come to mind, and I won't name any names or anything like that, but I was in a class as a student, and there was a portion of the course where the instructor tried to really hammer home a point by altering their volume, which is actually, it's a great public speaking skill, right? Drawing people in by getting a little bit quiet and then raising your voice a little bit. People will lean in and listen sometimes. But you could definitely overdo that. And their high volume point was like a yell. And I didn't know that I would react to this kind of thing that way, but it instantly set me off to like a 10 out of 10 alert, get out of this situation. I don't know why. I don't have, like I was in the military, I don't have any horror story to tell you about why, but I did end up sharing that, and they were super responsive to it. And they were like, you know what, I never thought about it that way. So it's a good reminder both to be open to that kind of feedback. But for me, it was actually a little bit as a, at the time, and even now an instructor that was kind of building my resume, it was a little bit nerve-wracking for me to go through that process. But good stuff, they don't do that anymore. So hopefully some good came from it for other students. So overcoming that, you can achieve positive results for others if you challenge your own fear and just kind of voice your experience, advocate for what you felt and how it felt for you.
And I think, again, we have a lot of seasoned instructors. We have new instructors. There are people who really know their stuff. And I think it's also on you to approach something and really be aware of your tone when you're reporting these types of things. It's hard to not feel personally attacked when it's something that really bothers you. But educating people is the best way that you're going to be able to make change. And a lot of the times, I would say almost 10 out of 10 times, if you explain to somebody what's bothering you and the reasons they can fix it, they're going to at SANS, even if they are set in their ways, because again, everybody's looking for students to learn. And no matter if you've taught this for 10 years, there's going to be new things that come out, not only in technology, but in how people react to current events, to new technology, to new learning methods. And I think everybody knows that deep down.
So I'm going to go back to you, Sadie, because you mentioned that Phil Hagen specifically saw your, traits and gifts as an asset. What other traits would you, again, this for anyone on the panel, neurodivergents have that make them successful in cybersecurity in particular?
That's a really good question. And I think the Slack channel is probably blowing up because I think there are a lot. I mean, for every negative, I think you can spin it into a positive. One good thing that I always talk about, and it's also great in cryptography and cryptanalysis, is I break a lot of things because I do the wrong thing and I blow something up, right? And people would say, "Oh my God, you took down an entire database by accident." Yeah, I mean, that's a problem. But I mean, the fact that you can do that is actually really good to know. And so, thinking differently is really, really important, especially in pen testing, I'm sure. Also in digital forensics, and pretty much everything. You're looking for that little bit of nugget of nobody's really thought about this and tried this before. And that's hard to teach people how to do. And neurodivergent people have an inclination to think differently. And so they really are superpowers. It's just a matter of how you're advertising them, I think.
Mick, Jason, you want to add?
Personally, for me, because I have ADD, it's not that I'm always distractible. It's I don't have control over my executive function. I don't get to choose what I'm paying attention to. And sometimes I will hyper focus. And I have done some dank hacks when I'm in hyper focus mode. Like I actually rewrote the Visa card swipe protocol and made it a quarter of a second faster. So like, yeah, hey.
That was just last night.
No, no. That was years ago. But there's, because neurodivergent folks approach the world differently, they're going to have a different angle, and that different angle of attack, if set up for success, allows them to go places that other people can't, or it's very expensive for them to get there. And so it's really a matter of giving them a safety net so that they can go experiment and do things and see what they can do.
Yeah, and to echo what Mick said, sometimes you'll look at a coworker and they'll hear you say like, that's weird. And then they don't see you for 2 or 3 days. And it's like, I dug into, the internals of how C works and figured out why this error was happening. And that allowed you to do this other thing. And one of the things that became apparent to me as Mick was going through his last example is that if you don't feel like you can be open with how your brain works and what your needs are and how you communicate and how you learn, then it can be very easy to over accentuate some of the positive benefits of doing something like that without being able to talk about or have people account for or look out for you for the negative aspects of something like that. Because it's great to be able to do that, but you stayed up for 2 or 3 days and didn't take care of yourself. You didn't, maybe family members, you're neglecting them, or your own personal health and things like that. So I'm just really thankful that we're getting to a point in our society and in our industry, where we have events like this, where we can be open and just have it be more accepted to communicate the positives and negatives of those kinds of traits, so that your team and your family and your friends and things like that can kind of look out for you and help you to pick your head up. And there are other cases, not just that, but
you just mentioned negative traits. It's something that a lot of people don't like to talk about, but what would you associate with some of the negative traits that you personally identify with?
Like Mick said, I sometimes can have difficulty controlling what I'm focusing on. And that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm incapable of focusing. It just means that sometimes I'm not interested and it doesn't click. And then sometimes it does click and I blink and it's 3 days later. So it's not necessarily that me having a different way of thinking or viewing the world or ingesting information is a negative. It's just that if I don't feel like I can be open about how differently I approach things, then I might not have the support system that I would need to account for what some of the negative aspects of feeding into those traits are, like not taking care of yourself for 2 or 3 days because you hyper focused on something.
Well, I mean, hyper focus is when you talk about testing. I'm going to kick it over to you for the testing side. A lot of people are really intimidated by going into the testing center and GIAC in particular. Can you step through what GIAC does in particular, like how they could accommodate and what an individual can do to make themselves feel more comfortable?
Yeah, so it depends on the individual, but I've seen accommodations for a private testing room, for noise canceling headphones, for extra breaks. things that help a test taker feel more comfortable with the testing environment. So there are modifications we can make to make them feel more comfortable.
I don't think a lot of people know that, in particular, that those are the type of environments you could potentially ask for. Mick,
I didn't. I knew about the room. I didn't know about noise canceling headphones. Sign me up.
Actually, I would have gotten a couple more points higher. All right, I have a question from Leslie in the speaker questions for speakers room. It says, Sandy, I know your hiring manager was aware of your neurodiversity when you were hired, but Mick and Jason, were your managers aware of your neurodiversity when you were hired, or was this a conversation you had after you were hired?
So I run my own consultancy, so the manager knew. But throughout my career, it's different. Sometimes I've been forthright beforehand. Other times it just never came up and it didn't feel like worth bringing up during the hiring process. And I mentioned afterwards. So I've been mixed. Except for one job, which had really weird cultural issues. Every experience that I've had so far is largely like, oh, okay, well, here's some ideas on how we can set you up for success.
I've been with the same company for the better part of 10 years. And this is something about myself that I'm just kind of coming to terms with and understand and being able to communicate. So I definitely didn't have a conversation about it ahead of time. If I could go back with what I know now, it is definitely something that I would bring up in some of those initial conversations, if for no other reason than to gauge how the company and my direct manager views those kinds of conversations and accommodations, and try to gauge what the climate and culture is in terms of neurodiversity at the company. So in my next company, if I leave, it'll definitely be something that I bring up early in the process.
Also, to clarify, I didn't say, hey, Phil, I'm neurodivergent. He figured it out. I think that was the third sentence I said it, but I think basically also, I mean, people start to pick up on it eventually. I think mine was, I just want to learn a lot and I'm excited about a lot of things. And then you kind of get started. But
a personal story with me is and Phil will probably recognize this one, just because I think he's in the audience somewhere. I just can't see it because of the 4 lines. But back at Mantech, when we're working for the US government, there was a couple of individuals, one in particular, that again, I was in my 20s, I had preconceived notions because they were just a little bit slower than everyone else that was on the team. And, again, I ended up having this perception that I would not give them even harder tasks because I was like, that's going to take them forever and they're not going to be able to get through this. But that individual ended up being one of the best protocol replicators, meaning that they would recode all of the protocol stack that you potentially have, trying to, SMB connections or anything, like HTTP, any of the web connections. We were trying to brute force things and trying to find vulnerabilities. So we had to basically break down the protocol at the TCP/IP level down to, what if we shove more data in this area versus this area and see what would happen. This individual became like, you would throw any protocol at them and they would potentially figure it out. And they were doing coding of encryption and key exchanges within, I would just like, oh, give it to this individual, and they would be coding it, and it would just take them a little bit longer, but they would nail it every single time. It took me a long time to realize that this is how I'd apply myself as a manager to work with this individual, because there was so much unknowns. And this is back in 20 years ago, when a lot of folks out there were just like, write them off, push them out the door. But I'm not saying I patted myself on the back. It was like I was really kind of hard on the individual until I realized that they would always get it done. It just would take them a little bit longer. Others would rush through it and then mess it up. And so you could always rely on this individual to be able to get that specifically done. So it ties into another question here at the SANS Institute. I can't remember who asked it here, but someone is asking specifically, like, what do you think about neurodivergent scholarships, and are there enough out there?
I think it depends on what you're looking for. I think having like a neurodivergent academy part of SANS would be really cool. Woo, I heard some woos in the background. But there are certain grants, I think we've heard in the keynote speaker, there are grants for different opportunities, maybe not applying to a personal level, but to companies to hire different individuals. Personally, I would like to see more effort being done on retaining employees. I think that it's great to get people in the door. But like, for example, a lot of government agencies try to hire the best and the brightest, which include neurodivergent people. But once you're kind of in the mix, you're just in the mix, and we do need accommodations in order to maintain that level of excellence.
Glass door for
Glass door.
neurodiversity.
Yeah.
Sounds great. Let's write it.
All right, so real quick, pop culture quiz here. If someone asks you a question about neurodiversity and saying, it's like this individual from a movie or TV show, who do you use it as an example for the best way to describe what it looks like in maybe drama or TV or movies?
I think Spencer Reed from Criminal Minds is a good one. I think he has a lot of the typical qualities you think of, but I think he also has that beautiful mind aspect of both that mathematical mind and the philosophical mind. A lot of people, when they think of neurodivergence, they think of like math and, all the sciences, which most of us are pretty good at, but a lot of us are very creative and in different ways. Like I like to write raps. That's why I'm called the Real STEM Sadie. Yeah, they're lame and they might be about math sometimes.
Wait, can we get you to rap? How many people want to hear a rap?
I'll do a small one. I'm up in your system. I bypassed your crypt. You're embarrassed. You're tired, and your stock just dipped.
Yeah, don't drop the mic. Don't get mad at us.
Expensive mic.
All right. We are approaching the last 5 minutes, and I'm going to go through and basically ask each individual to comment. And again, you go out of order in order. Closing thoughts on neurodiversity at the SANS Institute, education, higher education, anything in general that you'd like to add or educate the community about.
Yeah, so I'll start. I've been very internally focused. I just will admit I haven't taken advantage of lots of the things that lots of organizations make available for accommodations. But for me, experimentation has been really the name of the game, to try to learn about myself and learn how I learn and communicate, and try to put my best foot forward in terms of my process and my environment, so that I can kind of take that with me to different situations and try to adapt my approach to best tailor to my learning style, and then advocate for that relentlessly as much as I can in as many different situations as I can.
That's a good one. I'd say probably two phrases: educate and always be curious. I think educate people on what you need, but in a way that they're going to understand. Just like we might not feel understood by neurotypical people, they might not feel understood by us. So it's important to use words that they're going to understand, and be curious. I mean, ask a lot of questions. If you don't know about accommodations, ask. I mean, a lot of times people seem scary. Process seems scary. The worst thing that somebody's going to say is there are no accommodations, or no, I'm not going to teach you that way. And most neurodivergent people know we hear that a lot and we work around it, right? So you're already going to work around it no matter what. So just ask and just try to learn.
I'm going to add that just one note for anyone who's out there watching. If you're taking a SANS class, ask. She's exactly right. Ask to see if you could be accommodated. Bring it up to the instructor. The education that Mick and Sadie and Jason and Adam are doing for instructors or faculty and our TAs at this point are outstanding. So please bring it up. You have to, raise your hand and again, cause the instructor to become curious. Otherwise, we don't know, we're not aware. We don't know, like the music or even varying the tone and the volume. These are things that are very easy to change when you're teaching a class.
Kind of going off what Sadie said, a lot of the times I hear, oh, I didn't know that accommodation was available. I didn't know I could apply for a testing accommodation. So I would just say, reach out and ask. We can talk about it. We handle every request on a case-by-case basis. So I would say with confidence that we do our best to accommodate people where we can. And like Sadie said, just reach out and ask. The worst that they could say is no, but we do have a process in place. So, reach out to us and ask.
The one thing that I would ask is that whether you're neurodiverse or you know somebody who's neurodiverse, just give a little more grace, assume best intention from someone until they prove that they're being malicious or like milking the system. If you are neurodivergent and you're struggling with things, try to set up a system, experiment with it, understand that sometimes a particular method will work some days and not others, and try to set yourself up with safety nets so that when you have a backslide day that you're not sliding all the way back to the start, and it might be 2 steps forward, just 1 step back, and just try to realize that we're muddling through it the best we can. And frankly, the normies are covering much better than you are in terms of how they're struggling. They're struggling differently.
All right, well said. How many people want to hear another rap?
from Rob
Yeah.
this time. Rob
That was a
can't.
rap.
Yeah.
You said the roast
Oh,
from
you can
Sadie.
throw them out.
I can throw them out. Well, I'm not a self-proclaimed rapper.
Oh my God, my ADHD brain went, don't do it. I have nothing rhyming.
Nothing rhyming at this point.
Come back later. Maybe next.
There'd be a
maybe
special performance later on. I didn't know that's why your Twitter handle was that. Now I know. Knowing
A lot of people go, do you know that's also like an Eminem reference? Like, yeah. Yeah.
All right, that is going to conclude our panel. I think we're out of time. I see the clock is completely closed down here in the back. Really want to thank our panelists and instructors and GIAC for being able to come up here. From Mick, Adam, Sadie, and Jason, a big round of applause for coming up here and doing this. All right. Okay, so thank you all so much. We're going to do a little bit of a setup here because we don't have quite as many panelists on the next talk. So take about 3 minutes. Should we take these off? Help you? Oh, thank you. Yeah, we just need two to stay. Yes.
Just two chairs.
Oh,
We just need 2 chairs remaining. Okay. All right. Hi, everyone that's left. We're going to be talking about support systems. And I'm really excited to talk about this because I do feel that a lot of people don't know where to get support. That's why a lot of the conversation in the previous panel was about asking for accommodations because we desperately need it. So we're going to kind of tell you what's available to you. And we're also going to tell you what to do, why you need the support. Sadie gracefully decided to help me with this today. We were supposed to have somebody else, Cassandra Pierre, the president of the WeSys Neurodiversity Affiliate. She is unwell and unable to do this today, but as you saw in the last talk, Sadie is definitely capable of handling it. So, all right, I already presented it, so I'm just going to move forward. This is me. I'm Stephanie Hezuku. I am the chair for this event. I am also a security engineer at Cisco and the vice president of the WeSys Neurodiversity Affiliate. And Sadie, I'll let you introduce yourself.
Yeah. Hello again. So I work at SANS as an SROC engineer. I work on the courseware development. You've learned that I am also known as the real STEM Sadie. And yeah, I've been diagnosed at the age of 5 with a myriad of acronyms.
Oh, I forgot to tell you, my flavor is ADHD. I'm sure there's other stuff there, but that's the one that's official. All right, so to open us up, we have this amazing quote. It said mental health, but I feel like it applies to neurodiversity. What neurodiversity needs more is more sunlight, more candor, and more unashamed conversation. And that is by Glenn Close. So that's what we're doing in this summit. And thankfully we have this opportunity to do this 2 years in a row. So it's amazing. All right, we're gonna start off with the first question, which is why do we need support in the first place? Do you wanna start us off?
Sure. I mean, I think we all realize that the system really isn't built, really any system isn't built with the outliers in mind, right? And and that applies in cybersecurity as well. If you can get 90% of the stuff, that's pretty good. So, we need support to be able to highlight those issues that occur in that 10 or, 1%. Luckily, we're realizing as the years go on and as more people become more vocal, more research is being done, that there are a lot more neurodivergent people out there than people originally realized. And I think that we all realize that we need support, but since it is such a complex issue, how do you give that support while also receiving the support yourself is a big thing. How about you?
In general, I feel like there's that saying, I feel like it's an African proverb, but don't quote me, which is like, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. So I think that in general, if you would like to get to whatever your version of success is, you're going to need some sort of help to do that. The same thing with neurodiversity. A lot of us find out later on in life that we're neurodiverse. Some of us were fortunate enough to find out earlier in childhood, but those of us that slip through the cracks, whether you're the child of immigrants like I am, or you are just from a family that doesn't know anything about neurodiversity, you may be 30 or 40, or even I met someone recently that was like in their 50s when they found out that they had autism. So I don't know if anybody's privy to this, but when you find out, there's the relief of, okay, I have a name to kind of describe what's going on. However, there's the grief of, oh my gosh, how many opportunities have I missed? And also the journey ahead to try to figure out how to get yourself in a functional way for your life. And with anything that has grief, you have to have people around going through that. It's maybe possible for some of us, but it's it's very difficult. So support, somebody to talk to, even if it's just to share your stories, super key, just so that you don't lose your mind and your sanity and your resilience, because the process is not forgiving, which we'll talk about a little bit later on. So
I think it's a good point. I think it's also important to highlight too. I think when people think about neurodiversity or, more typical autism, there's a lot of negative stories, right? There's a lot of people who didn't make it. And like you said, getting that diagnosis seems kind of bittersweet. But having a support system, also people cheering you on. I mean, Jamie Lee Curtis, that hype girl mentality, having the same thing for neurodivergent people too, right? You made it through the day and you ate breakfast and you actually, you took care of yourself and you accomplished everything you set out to do. Yeah. Like, good job for you. Yeah. Like, having that support system to be there when you need it most in the worst way and in the best way is really important. And also people to make you feel like, it may not define you wholly, but it's another nugget of your story that's worth sharing.
Yep. And also it's not talked about enough. Even today, when I was talking about the event, somebody was like, I've never even heard that word neurodiverse. So what is that? So much of that is going on. When you have something that's kind of invisible or at least not widely consumed, you can feel like a crazy person talking about it. So having people that you can educate once and not over and over and over again, you wouldn't believe how invaluable that is. So yes, and now we're going to talk about what types of support are possible. And I want to also say I put possible there because what's available will vary depending on what state you're in, depending on what country you're in, depending on what industry you're in. So
what year it is,
and sometimes that doesn't matter. But I'm going to discuss what's possible as far as I know and as far as she knows. So we're going to do our best, but know that this is not a definitive list or an exhaustive list. Like, there are definitely going to be some things that we don't cover.
And share it in the Slack channels. I mean, that's what they're for, right? We're a community right now. Get in the Slack channels, share your experiences, share your supports. If we don't mention it, let us know. I mean, we're always trying to learn more.
Yeah, so I will start off by one and then we'll just volley back and forth. But therapy, life changer, life changer. Honestly, it was through therapy that I even found out I was neurodivergent. I was just complaining about, I can't concentrate. I think for the first time in my life, like, my personal was big enough that it was very distracting to my 9 to 5. And most of my life, I had been able to figure it out, especially when money is involved. If there was a job, I was definitely going to do my best to do it. It was a very huge motivator for me. So when I wasn't able to balance the two, Therapy really helped because being able to talk to someone week to week and talk about what I'm struggling with, why I'm struggling with it, and then her say, ooh, that sounds a little bit like ADHD. Have you ever talked to anybody about that? And me immediately being like, no, are you crazy and drunk? I'm definitely never talking to anybody about that. But it kicked off the gears to where like 6 months later, I finally was like, I gotta do something because this is really stressing me out. And then I got the diagnosis officially from a psychiatrist. So that is like, therapy is always going to be my road dog and my first recommendation to people. What would you say one is for you?
I think probably off the bat that I could think of, I think people who are new to the idea of being labeled or new to the idea of considering that they might have a neurodivergent quality, reach out to people in the industry. I mean, especially at the SANS Institute. Like I mentioned in the previous panel, like I attended these summits. I attended all of them. I was extreme. And I asked a lot of questions and I made a lot of contacts because people at SANS want to teach you things and want you to learn. And you start to pick up on the fact that people, we are not so different, right? And you realize that we have a lot of the same traits. And you start to, once you start learning about yourself and start learning about neurodiversity, a lot of the people that you meet, have those qualities too, and they're successful and they know all these things. And so, reach out in your community if you're curious about what's going on. I mean, even if people don't say it, you can kind of pick up on it, and it does kind of give you that positive reinforcement, right? I think we tend to, unfortunately, go to fight or flight mode, right? Like sometimes people go to a therapist when things are only bad, right? And when they're at their worst, just figure out, what's wrong. But going when you're in a positive place is good too, because you're celebrating some things and learning some things at the same time. So definitely turning to the industry and just kind of noting, the qualities of others and seeing yourself and others in a positive way would be my first recommendation.
Yeah, and just rapid fire, like finding a community in our keynotes. The keynote speaker, he mentioned a lot of different organizations that support neurodiverse folks in general when it comes to jobs and as well as schooling. So finding groups that have a way or a space for neurodiverse people is very important. Also a community of sorts, like I have the We Sis Neurodiversity affiliate. I'm a part of that. We do events and things like that. But being around more people that speak the language is important because when you find the diagnosis, everyone around you, I mean, you'll hear varied responses. Some people will say, wow, I can't relate. That's great for you though. Glad you're getting the help you need. Some people will say things like, oh, that sounds like my life. I don't know, I might have some of that too. And then some people are like very against it. I don't believe in that doesn't exist. So throughout all of that, you're gonna need people who are like me too, or even in conversation, when you're talking to them, you're spacing, you're apologizing for going on the 7th tangent in one conversation in the span of 5 minutes. And they're like, girl, it's gonna be my turn in 10 minutes. So it's completely fine. I think there's something that is freeing. I want to use a term, I want to use a phrase, but I don't think it's appropriate. But it's the equivalent of, I guess, taking off a harness that's digging into you. And you're feeling, I was going to say, so she's
like a harness is more hardcore, but all right.
I just wanted to be inclusive. But yeah, it's like taking a bra off at the end of the day. You feel like, oh God. Like, it's freeing to not have to like mask up or like put on airs of like, I'm really focused on you and paying attention, though I'm not paying attention. And people are way more understanding when they are neurodiverse. So having people that speak the language is super important. Did you think of anything else? Or?
I think also, I mean, I was going to say education, because I think no matter, if someone is telling you that you have a diagnosis, or if you're just self-diagnosing yourself, or someone says this is the way to do it, take medication, don't take medication, keep an open mind, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of information out there. Take it all in, digest it. That way you're not defensive when other people suggest things or make comments, because I think it's really good to be in a group of people that get it. But the reality is you're going to be in a world where people aren't going to get it.
Yeah.
And, unless you're in that group 24/7, you need to learn how to communicate and associate with them in a positive way. So learning more about everything, and then saying, okay, these are what work for me, but I understand there's other things out there. It also helps you vilify others, right? And walk in someone else's shoes and say, okay, yeah, you don't go to that's crazy pants, like that's just nonsense. You go to maybe that works for them. I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah, and sometimes you try on the hat and it doesn't fit and you put it back. But I feel like being open to trying on different things, like you said, there's so many things that people have mentioned. I'm like, I'm gonna try that, or maybe programs, websites, apps that help or are supposed to be catered to neurodiverse people, specifically ADHD, because that's my flavor. And you try it, and sometimes it works for a month, and sometimes it doesn't. So I think that's great advice to stay open, I think it's also easy to do because we get bored very easily.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
and also like the last panel said, and that doesn't just apply to education, right? It applies to everything. I mean, if I'm using an application and it's not convenient for me, sometimes I'll tweet about it, just see what happens, right? I mean, I think I did that with a volatility tool or something. And I was like, hey, this is really kind of not working for this thing, and someone tweets back, say, hey, this is a good workaround, or hey, why don't you think about it like this, right? You can apply that to neurodiversity as well. Hey, I'm struggling with, making sure I eat breakfast, what's going on, right? Get things into the ether, like reach out. Don't be afraid to question things. Hey, can this app be better? Hey, can you add this accommodation? The worst people can say is no. And then it's kind of done.
yeah, and I would say a caveat to that is don't get caught in the trap that this is going to be easy, because I mean, your whole life hasn't been easy, but also everybody thinks after the diagnosis, my life is smooth sailing. That's not always the case. Sometimes you will have to try something works now, it doesn't work then. So I wanted to just add that to what you said. So we're going to move forward because time is limited. All right, so tips on building a support network. I really like this section because we can give you something tangible to take away and also give you insight into what we do. I think that my flavor of life is just to do things that make me feel like I'm challenging myself. I'm sitting in front of you today, but you wouldn't know I have stage fright. Really bad stage fright. So I just throw myself into talks and speaking gigs because I'm like, that's going to get rid of it, exposure therapy. But I know it's also an incentive for me. So I joined an organization where I could do this sometimes and host events and things like that, because that's my skill set. I think taking or using your interests and aligning your interests to this type of thing is probably the most practical. And it gives you more to talk about than just showing your vulnerability. As soon as you meet someone, oh, my flavor is ADHD and I was diagnosed here, and it's this whole long thing. Whereas it's no, we're here for an event, we're here for this. And then this is stuff that just comes out naturally and organically as we're communing with each other. So I tend to follow my interests and then, try to specify within my interests. What is the tip that you have?
I mean, I think that's huge. I think that's the biggest one, right? I mean, as I said before, some of you probably came in here, right? Just from the courses, right? And you said, I don't even know what neurodiversity is. I'm going to sit here. And you're learning that not only are we neurodiverse, we're cyber people. Well, I could talk your ear off all day about cyber. But you're going to learn a little bit about neurodiversity too. And I think that's great. And also getting a support network. I think that, again, asking questions to the ether, to people you meet, hey, what do you do for a living? And they tell you the job, oh, that's great. I was thinking about applying to a job like that, but I have this concern. Have you ever, gone through something similar? I mean, there is the possibility you might overshare, but there's also the possibility that you might gain some really great insight. As you mentioned, life is difficult, right? And until we experience something, we don't know the answer, which sucks. So if we can connect with people and learn their experiences, right, we don't really have to keep going through the same exact possibly negative experience again. So just talk with people, have a conversation. Again, you don't have to use scary words. You don't have to say, hey, I'm neurodivergent, how are you? even in a classroom setting or even in a workplace, like I found it helpful to be like, hey, there's a lot of noise going on. It's really distracting. Does anybody else find that distracting? That small thing, someone says, yeah, it is really distracting. Maybe we should get noise canceling headphones. Boom, you have accommodations and you found an ally secretly. They just don't know you're their ally yet,
Yeah, another tip, I like that tip, by the way. Another tip I have is a little unconventional, but through therapy, again, I'm plugging it again. Sometimes, depending on the therapist's specialization, they'll have like group support. A lot of people don't want people in their business. They'd rather just a small section of people know that they have neurodiversity and that's it. And I feel like it's a great private, protected space to kind of share everything. And people get really like, I haven't done group for neurodiversity, but I do know that I had a therapist that was an ADHD therapist and she had a group. It just helps because it's a very specialized environment. And then there's always a therapist there to kind of speak to the comorbidity, which is the tendency for neurodiverse folk to also suffer from something else, like whether it be depression, anxiety, or something, just because living your life as a neurodiverse person and people not understanding it when you're younger, you get a lot of negative feedback. So you can internalize it and develop anxiety and depression because you're not meeting the neurotypical mark. So because of that, we tend to have high amounts of anxiety and depression. And I think having a therapist there to talk about some of those things, because a lot of them overlap, is super important. So I'm always going to plug therapy, just get it in your head now. And I'll add another one before switching it back to you. These orgs, and I know I've said it many times already, but it really is something about saying your experience and then someone either saying, oh, here's a workaround, like you said earlier, or you're doing it the hard way, this is an easy way, or just me too. Because me and my youngest brother are the only diagnosed in my family. None of my friends, even though they're like, every time you talk about it, I relate. And I'm like, you should get checked out. But I'm the only one. My youngest brother is also the one, he followed my footsteps. There's nobody around to really talk about stuff with. So when you go to these organizations, and it's kind of like coming to a security event, you're a part of a big company that does more than security most of the time. I don't know everybody in the crowd, but you feel good when you come to a security event because you're like, everybody knows my language. You know, when I say certain terms, you're going to be like, yes. And you don't have to explain or, bring it down to like layman's terms. You can kind of speak naturally. It's the same thing when you go to neurodiverse events or are a part of neurodiverse groups. So I would push that as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I think another one I would say is, if you're hesitant to reach out or ask questions, praise somebody, right? If you see somebody at a conference and they do something about neurodiversity that you find interesting, even if you don't relate to it, say, hey, that was a great talk, right? Because you're gonna, when you're being positive, you're gonna attract more people, and just having people in your network that aren't just neurodiverse, but are diverse, right? You'll learn a lot. And then another thing I will caveat is, I like to have people in my support network who are neurotypical as well, because sometimes we get wrapped up in the neurodiverse world, just as people do in the neurotypical world. And we forget about the fact that, we have different jargon, right? There are going to be barriers. You're going to be going down a rabbit hole, right? And you might be hyper focused on the fact that you're neurodivergent. This is a neurodivergent conference. It's a lot of neurodiversity. But if you're day in and day out living it without thinking about other things in your life, it sometimes can get depressing or down a deep hole. You need someone to kind of remind you that you're also a human being. At the end of the day, we're all human beings. So having a neurotypical person who gets it, but doesn't feel it deep down, I think is important. It gives you that sanity check to say, okay, I'm able to explain what I'm feeling to somebody who doesn't have, any neurodivergent qualities, but I'm able to have their support and their respect. Is a big deal.
I agree with that. Did you have another tip? Because I'm all
use social media. I mean, social media, it's pros and cons all the way. You get rabbit holes, Twitter, no Twitter, Mastodon, there's all kinds of things that happen. But at the end of the day, communicate with people however you can, and just make an effort. I mean, you don't know if you don't try. That's kind of the motto of everything, especially when it comes to neurodivergence. We all try things, we fail at them, and then we try to figure out a different way to do it, and maybe we fail again. And that includes building your network, right? You're going to find people who are going to fade in and fade out of your network. That's okay.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's also life. Sometimes you have a coworker who's a friend for life, and sometimes you never see them again. So same thing here. And also another caveat I wanted to add to that is, I hate to stress this because I don't want to depress people, but it's just the truth. The road is long and it's hard and there's no support whatsoever. You'll go to one doctor and they have their method, which we know what the healthcare system is like here in the States. For those international people viewing, not where you are, but here in the States, you can go to one doctor, they tell you one thing, get a second opinion, they tell you a different thing, get a third opinion, they tell you another thing. Some people say, only children have this, so I'm not diagnosing you with this. There are some states that literally will not give diagnosis to some of the people that are a part of our affiliate. They've reported that. So in general, it's not an easy road. It's very hard. And even when you find the perfect medication and you're taking it for a while, it won't work one day or it will work or it causes other symptoms. So through that entire process, it can be very discouraging. You could decide to give up and just go back to the way things were before, but now you have the burden of knowing what's wrong with you. So you're not wrong, but what's different with you. And you're carrying that knowledge, even if you decide to default to what was before. So support is so important. It's so important. And if you don't have any access to any of the things you talked to today, my information will be available. Let me know. I tell people all the time what they could possibly do. You can also hook up with our affiliate. We're open to more than just women or women identifying folk. Anybody can join. But just like find someone, because they think, oh, you get the diagnosis, you have a slap on the back of so that labels you and you're like, oh, I'm good and I just take these drugs and it's amazing. No, just the beginning of a very long process.
And there's also a LinkedIn SANS in Neurodiversity and Cybersecurity group. The Slack will go away eventually after the summit. Go in there, share your experiences, don't share your experiences. Just being a part of the group, even if you're not participating, that way, if you ever do have a rough day, you at least have a resource to kind of look through and see if there's anything that may apply to you. And, it's a difficult world, but I think that there's always something, hopefully, to make your day just a tiny bit better. And I think that's really, really important. If you can do that for someone and someone can do that for you, whether it's being neurodivergent, whether it's in cybersecurity. I have 4 autoimmune disorders, so I'm chronically ill as well. But finding that one nugget to get you through that sanity of the day, to show that you're human, you're still here and you're still worth something, is important. So just like anything else in your life, right? Have some kind of support, I think is really what we're saying. And if you don't know, because you're new to neurodiversity, research it, reach out and ask questions, because a lot of neurodivergent people who are open about it want to talk about it. Yep. Which is unique, right? I mean, I think in cyber too, I mean, it depends on the field, but some people might be experts and they don't want to share their expertise, right? It's that secret sauce, you don't want to share it. A lot of the times that's not neurodiversity.
No.
So
in fact, you'll have to say, please.
Put the sauce back in the bottle. It's too much.
It's a lot. Okay. Let's see. All right. Yeah. Questions, Jen?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Ooh, wow. Yeah, you can. Okay. So I have a question in Slack from Emily Gladstone Cole, who is crushing it with the questions today, by the way.
I'm so sorry I butchered your question earlier, Emily.
This is redemption. So clearly you are a fan of therapy and I am as well, but it can be really difficult to find a therapist.
Yeah.
So she says, how do you recommend finding a therapist who understands the finding a diagnosis journey? Any questions you might recommend asking them?
Are they in your network? That's a good question.
That's a great question. A lot of them aren't.
Yeah.
That's a great question. Yeah. Do you want to keep going?
Again, I think there's no one right answer, right? I think asking people, asking us, it's hard for me to say because I've been in therapy since I was very, very young. So I'm going to probably, yeah.
So for me, I found out I had ADHD in 2019. So very fairly recently. And I was in regular therapy just because I was like mid-20s and like my life sucks, help. Then it carried over to you got ADHD, girl. So I think for me, I decided to like take a break from my first therapist and decide to find an ADHD therapist specifically because I was struggling so bad. And I interviewed like 5, which sounds crazy, interviewing a therapist, but that's kind of what you're doing.
Should be doing that.
You have to, because these people are in charge of your mind. So you need to make sure that you trust them. But I asked everything, like I asked credentials, and also too, a lot of therapists will put their specialization. Not everybody covers the same thing. You don't just go to school and then everybody can be the therapy with every subject matter. So I would look at their specialization. Typically, it'll tell you even if they do adult ADHD or pediatric or child ADHD. So that distinction is really important. You have to like them. So I also do like a culture fit check where it's like, can I joke with you? Because I'm a jokester. But most importantly, you have to feel safe. You have to feel like this person isn't going to recommend you take something that will have you feeling like a whole different person. So ask them what their treatment methods are. What else do you offer besides talk therapy? Because some people like CBT, some people like DBT, some people like
acronyms.
Sorry, and I don't even know what the words are. That's
Cognitive behavioral therapy. I don't know the D one.
Okay, the DBT. Non-cognitive. Yeah, look it up because y'all have the access to Google, but I don't have it right now. But yeah, there are different methods. I was gonna say there's multiple ways to skin a cat, but that's so crazy to say. But multiple methods, multiple things to ask for. I would say maybe you can also ask me. I've done it before recently, so I could tell you the question specifically, just to respect time. But those are the ones off the top of my head that were the most important. What do you specialize in? What are your treatment methods? I think the more they're certified in, the better. So the one I picked, she had like hypnosis on there. She had the I'm desensitized movement thing. Oh, somebody knows. So there's like a lot of different options. Yeah.
And just with time brevity real quick though, I think once you find a therapist that you really like, ask her or him or they these questions.
Yeah.
Because things change, people move on. You want to have this network set up immediately so that you're not juggling this all over again.
Yes, that's a great ad.
For anybody who's interested in looking it up, I think the D is dialectic behavior therapy. So I'm gonna kind of paraphrase this question from Emily Ellis, and I think Sashi, who's our next talk after break, is going to probably touch on this. Hopefully you have not been in this situation, but ADHD specifically, I think there's a lot of attitudes, and she's saying, how do you address an employer who, when you say I have ADHD, they say, oh, everyone has ADHD, or that's being so diagnosed, or yeah, I get it. Sometimes you just have to figure out how to manage your time better. So obviously it shouldn't be your job to educate your management about the condition, but any tips for that?
I think first of all, it's not your job to educate them, but I think that educating them is going to probably be the best way to get what you want, unfortunately, right? People can't help you if they don't really understand what's going on. And a lot of the times that's more of like a reaction, right? To society saying, oh, everybody's got ADHD, everybody forgets things, right? So I think first, I usually recommend de-escalating situation first, saying, I appreciate that you're acknowledging that, ADHD exists or something like that, just to kind of set the tone, and then say, but I'd like to talk further about specifically my case and the strengths and weaknesses that are gonna fall, just so that you are acknowledging the fact that, sure, a lot of people have ADHD, probably a true fact, right? Might not have been presented in the right way, but correct. But I'm not everybody, right? There's only one me, and there's good and bad, and let's talk about it openly.
I hate to be like rude, but part of me would be like, and this is all your experience landed you into asking me these questions. Like, you've been manager for what? How many people? And this is the question you decide to ask. Not what is that? What do you need? It's like to diminish and invalidate. It's crazy. The fact that he said that is wild to me, but I'm gonna pull it together. I think that that's just kind of dumb. And I also hate to use that word, but I don't have any other reason. I think that at this point, typically people are professionals. and they're coming to you, they've worked for you, they've invested a lot into the business. So to have that is disappointing, but it does happen. Some people do have very outdated views of what ADHD is. It's really hard for me to answer that because I'm like, if I gave you my brain for 30 minutes, you would beg me to take it back. And I think a lot of neurospicy people in general can say the same thing, is that we all kind of have that feeling of, you couldn't walk a mile in our shoes, you couldn't walk an inch in our shoes. So I would say, unfortunately, as a neurospicy person, whatever your flavor is, mine is ADHD, you will have to be your own advocate. Even as a Black person, I often have to explain why certain things that are said are not appropriate, not right. And even though it shouldn't be my responsibility, and it's another burden to add to the already burdensome process of being neurodiverse in a neurotypical world anyway, it's unfortunate that you have to kind of develop this speech that you give people where it just debunks everything that they're saying. A lot of times, if you give somebody a stat, somebody like that a stat, they'd be like, oh, I didn't know that. And then immediately switch up. So you kind of have to be educated, which you'll already do when you're diagnosed anyway. Everybody goes through the like, I'm looking up all these articles and I'm trying to find, oh, I relate to this, I relate to that. During that, you're just gonna have to put little bits of information in your pocket that you'll have to use in certain environments where you can't get around those kind of ignorant questions. So,
yeah, I think also, I mean, that applies to undiagnosed people. I mean, you know yourself best, right? You know what works for you, you know what doesn't. Having a diagnosis doesn't mean that, or not having a diagnosis doesn't mean you're any less valid. And again, I think the first reaction, and again, I've lived with this for a long time, 20 plus years, 22 years or whatever. But that was my first reaction for a really long time.
Was what?
Was anger and being like, that's inappropriate. That, you're not allowed to say that to me. I'm gonna call HR. That's ridiculous. Unfortunately, I've experienced that many times. I'm also chronically ill. I get, why are you using a cane? You look fine. So I've had a lot of experiences with these type of things. I'm not saying that there's one right way to deal with it, but, again, I think that advocating for yourself and responding to that question in a professional but pointed way is how you take your power back in that situation, because someone's going to diminish you so that they have more power in that situation to say that I'm the manager. What you're saying is it's not relevant to me. It doesn't really matter. But if you're able to say, what, this should matter to you, and here's why, and we're going to discuss it. You get that power back, and ultimately that person is going to look at you as a peer, and as an informed person. And unfortunately, an emotionally charged reaction is probably going to just solidify their already preconceived notions. So it definitely takes a lot of work to get on that level. Therapy is a great way to talk about it, to work through what you're going to talk about. But until you experience it a couple times, it's going to be reactive, and it sucks that you
do catch more bees with honey.
I know.
Even though some people don't deserve the honey.
They don't. And I'm not saying that they deserve honey. You should not say, yeah, you're right, we all have ADHD, but I think, standing your ground, but in a polite and professional way, is going to get you very far in your career. And it's also going to help a lot of people who come after you, because they're going to say to them, okay, well, I'm not going to say that to the next person because they might, show me.
The last thing I'll add to that is do what you have energy for, because nobody's asking you to be an activist for, you're a person. At the end of the day, you have to come home to yourself. You have to answer to yourself. So if you have the energy to sit through and explain, by all means, and maybe you'll have like a converted ally in that exchange, oftentimes not. But if you don't have the energy and you have energy to leave, I would recommend that. But if you don't have the energy for that, sometimes you just you have to do what you can to survive ultimately. And a lot of us have trouble with our experience in the workforce and education. So we don't want to overcomplicate things. I get that. So if you have the energy and you have the wherewithal, or you've practiced in the mirror a couple of times what you would say if, I would recommend doing that before having that conversation.
But to summarize this whole talk that we've just discussed,
I know, we did a lot.
Have your networks, have your safety nets, right? If today's the day that you're going to tell them and educate them, that's great, but also have a safety net if you don't have the time for that, like you said. So just prepare for everything, and just
Oh, and that's a good one because sometimes I'll vent to my friends, like, you won't believe what, what happened. And they'll say, oh, you should say this the next time you meet. So having a support is, you know, it's invaluable because sometimes you're so charged up, your amygdala's firing up, you're in fight or flight, you're like, I'm ready to punch somebody in the eye. And your friend's gonna say, but before you punch them, here's another method, girl. Like, here's another way that you can do this and say it in this tone, and then you go in prepared. So yeah.
Yep.
So we are actually at time. We're at time. Thank you so much for listening to this session. I hope it was very helpful. I hope it was insightful.
We'll be in Slack if you have any
We
questions.
will. I mean, I will be here for those of you here, but also in Slack. So yes. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. The dope shirt.
Yes, you know, ADHD, but ACDC. So yes, thank you everyone. We'll be back in about 5:15. Hello? Oh, hi. Okay, we are back and I am coming on the stage. Okay, so our next presentation is by Sasha O'Connor, the Director of Operations and Employment Specialist at the Grow Group. I'm going to let her really tell you what's going on, but the title of the talk is Accommodations, Awareness, and Allyship at Work, How to Initiate a Foundation of Inclusion. So, clap.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, those are some bright lights. You weren't lying. Thank you all for being here, both virtually and in person tonight. I'm very excited to be here to talk about this important topic and really how to initiate that foundation of inclusion at work. Over the last 12 years, I've been an employment specialist, which is really just a fancy word for a job coach, right? Helping people with disabilities to find and maintain reasonable or meaningful employment throughout the state of Florida. Working with individuals and working with employers is something that I've been doing to help them, whether that's being successful at work, through the job interview, post-employment, through negotiations, you name it. Our organization at the Grow Group is something that we do on a day-to-day basis, working with our clients to help them with that meaningful employment. So today, based on my experience these last 12 years, I'm going to be talking about accommodations first, then awareness, and then that allyship at work. All of these are the basis of that foundation that we're going to be discussing. So who am I? I'm the director of the Grow Group, a nonprofit organization in Tampa, Florida. We help individuals, as I mentioned, for marginalized populations with finding and retaining that meaningful employment throughout the state of Florida. We help both big box employers and small business owners with workforce development and DEI initiatives. So for the last 12 years, as I mentioned, all of that is a fancy word for job coaches, right? We're here, we're in your corner. We're here to help you on the job to maintain that employment or to find meaningful employment. So what are we discussing tonight? You've heard a lot of people talk about accommodations so far this evening. You've heard a lot about awareness, how to talk about your disability, and then also those supports, right? Those networks of supports that you heard Sadie talk about, how important that was to create those networks or to work with different people like a job coach in your corner. So we're going to be discussing all those things and how we can put them together to create that inclusive foundation. So starting first with accommodations, and there are links in my presentation, so you should be able to access those links after this and have access to these slides as well. So accommodations, we've all used them before. I mean, I used one this morning with a stool trying to reach something on the top shelf, right? That stool helped me get up to something I couldn't reach. We download apps to help us learn languages or to communicate with each other. All of those are different accommodations, right? But for a person with a disability, that accommodation is that missing piece, right? It's that piece that can help them perform those essential functions of the job that they need to do, and they need to do successfully. So one of my favorite resources that I use with my clients is Ask Jan, and Jan stands for that Job Accommodation Network. You can go right into this website and it'll navigate to a specific disability. So say you identify with autism. And I believe if you click on this link, it'll take you directly to that page for autism. And in that page, it'll tell you all about that disability. It'll tell you, what are some of the ways that people with autism might communicate, or people that identify as autistic or neurodivergent, how they communicate, what are some accommodations that they might need. And then it also takes it a step further to even include links to those accommodations where you can purchase those things, right? So when we think about accommodations, a lot of people automatically go to like, oh, I have to provide an accommodation. Looks like I've got to build a ramp, right? Or it looks like this person's going to need an elevator, or they're going to have to take frequent breaks, right? Yes, those are examples of accommodations, but an accommodation could be something as small as those noise canceling headphones that we talked about, right? It also could be that you work in your own office by yourself so that there's not a lot of distraction. It could be dimming the lights because maybe the lights are too much for you and they are distracting as well, right? So those accommodations aren't necessarily these big, massive changes that you're asking the employer to make. It could be something from an individual's perspective where they can purchase or provide those things on their own. And this website definitely does a great job of helping us to see what's out there. Technology changes all the time. We're at a cybersecurity conference. I mean, I'm not up here to talk about technology. I'm probably have the least expertise in the room, but this website has really helped in finding different ways that we can accommodate. So when one of the biggest questions that people that I work with, my clients, ask me about accommodations and when they can ask for them. They always say, Sashi, I don't know when to ask for this accommodation at work. I don't want to get discriminated against. I don't want to seem like I'm being too much. How do I do this? Is it pre-job offer? Is it post-job offer? When's the best time? And in general, first of all, it's always case by case basis. Everybody's different. Everybody's disability is different. What you need is going to be very different from the person sitting next to you, right? So in general, I will say that I typically will work with my clients to work during that post-job offer phase and say, let's take a look at the scope of employment, right? What are your job requirements? Because you may have already worked it up in your head that you need a sit down, stand down desk, you need new lights, you need noise canceling headphones, you need to work by yourself. And then you look at this job offer and you're like, oh, I get all of that. The employer is going to give me headphones already. I'm already going to be able to work by myself in my own cubicle, right? These are things that you might not even have to ask for. Right. So rather than asking for them before you even got the job or even had a chance to take a look at what your day-to-day tasks are going to be, we take a moment, we look at that scope of work and we do our own needs assessment and say, what do I need as an individual, or what is this individual going to need to be successful on the job? Then based off that, we go back to our trusty friend, Ask Jan, and we say, hey, what are some things that are available to us now that we can purchase? Can I go to Amazon and buy this? Can I go to Walmart and get this? I had a client recently that was in a wheelchair, and part of his job was to hang signs. That was not in the job description or anything. And we had to figure that out quickly. And what we found was at Walmart for $5, they sold this cane for elderly people that had a little sticker thing on the end of it. So he could now pick up the signs with the cane and slap them on the wall about 6 feet high for $5. We never had to ask the employer. No one questioned him for it at all. And it worked out beautifully. He could perform the essential tasks or functions of that job. Right. So taking a step back and looking at that scope of work and seeing, are those accommodations that you need to provide for yourself? Are they things you can get on your own? Can your job coach or a support system, family member or friend, can they help you achieve those accommodations? Now, if it's something bigger, like say a stand down or a stand up, sit down desk, something that might be a little intrusive. Obviously, not everybody at work has those same desks as you might need, or you might have to take frequent breaks. Then that's something that we definitely need to talk to the employer about, right? Or if you need the employer to provide those things for you, then again, that's something that we need to talk to the employer about. And we're going to get into your rights and those resources available to you when you're requesting those accommodations, because that's important to know. But my next question that I always get asked is, okay, we figured out what I need. I know that I need this stand up, sit down desk, right? How do I go in now and ask for that? Because I can't afford it. I'm not going to be able to purchase it. Now I need to ask the employer for it, right? So the best thing that you can do is to create that awareness, right? To inform that employer about your needs in order to perform those essential functions of the job. But the only way that you can really plead your case or talk to that employer or let them know that this is your right and this is a part of accommodation that you need in order to do your job after you've gotten that job offer, right, is to inform them of your disability. So two different things: requesting an accommodation and now disclosing disability. So we're going to get into that. So creating that awareness for your employer and for yourself. First and foremost, know as much as possible about your disability as you possibly can. Do the research. Know what accommodations you need. Know what your triggers are. Know what your stimulations are that you can use to calm you down. Know what those actions are that you need to take in order for you to do your job effectively. Think back to school. What are some things that you did in school to help you take tests? What are some things that your parents did for you at home to help you be successful at home or at school or in sports and in clubs or organizations you were a part of? Know all of those things ahead of time. Know what accommodations, right? You did that needs analysis. You looked at that job, that scope of employment and said, okay, I know I'm going to need X, Y, and Z. So you're prepared. You know where to buy them. You know what they are that you need. And now you're going to discuss it. So kind of two options for discussing it is, again, this is very general. It's case by case. Everybody's different. But if I was going to just give you some general help on when to disclose your disability in an interview, one is, I always say, to present it as your strength and not your weakness. Right. So a perfect example of this is your strength. If you are neurodivergent, say you identify as being autistic, Your strength might be, according to Jan, that you pay significant attention to detail. You'll never forget, and you're very diligent and very serious. You might tell the employer, you know, I identify as somebody that is autistic. And for me as a strength, that means that I will definitely pay attention to detail. I promise you I'll never miss a deadline. And I guarantee you that I can recite word for word the phone conversation that we had last week. So you know I'm not going to forget that email that you sent me at 7 o'clock last night, right? A weakness though for me as somebody with autism, and again, I'm role playing, is that I might not pick up on that sarcasm or those social cues, right? I might need more straightforward direction and communication if you give me a task. But aside from that, you can count on me to get it done. Moving on, right? When we're identifying or disclosing that disability to employer, it's not our opportunity to go down this rabbit hole of saying, okay, well, it first started, when I was born, I was diagnosed, my mom said, okay, I had to go to the doctor. They're not interested in hearing the whole pathway of how you got to where you were today. I mean, if they ask you, great, but this is not your opportunity to sit there and discuss all the things that maybe happened to you or what your needs are or your accommodation requests, none of that. What you're here to do is to show them that you're erasing that stigma, that you have the ability to do this job, that yes, maybe you might need a couple of accommodations or little things here and there, but that you can check all the boxes and maybe even more, and that you deserve a fair shot. So we need to focus on those strengths, okay? What are those strengths of your disability? What are the things, if you've got ADHD, right? Is that your flavor, right, Stephanie? You have ADHD, but guess what? You're on it, you're getting it done, you're gonna be faster than everybody else, right? You might have to take a couple breaks in between that, but guess what? You'll still be done by 3 o'clock and everybody will still be punching the clock at 5. Okay. So really harp on those strengths. If you're disclosing post-job offer, right, and you're determining that you might need accommodations or you might need extra support, this is a good opportunity to do so during your onboarding, right? So a lot of times when you get hired on a job, they send you right to HR. In the virtual world, it's probably through an email, which is even better because now you can have it in writing and say, hey, I'm very excited about this job opportunity. I do want to talk to you a little bit about some accommodation needs I have. I'm happy to provide more information about my disability, right? Okay, now this is post-job offer. You have it in writing. You're submitting requests formally. You're letting the human resources person know about what your needs might be. If there's not an HR department, it's a smaller organization. If they have less than 15 employees and they're technically not required by law to provide accommodations. However, like I said, if you did that research and maybe there's some things on there that you can get for yourself, great. If not, and they can provide it for you in an inexpensive way and something that's not really intrusive, then that's something that you can talk to them about. But you've got to share that information with them, right? If you're working with a job coach, and you're working, say, with vocational rehabilitation, or you've hired a private job coach, or you have an advocate or a counselor or somebody on your support team that can work with you and go in and speak to that employer, then it's also a good opportunity for you to do that during that onboarding process, right? Have them come to HR with you. If you're still not comfortable, you still really don't know what to say to them, great time to bring in your job coach to talk to HR. All right, so moving right along, and I can't see the clock. So just gotta give me, Steph, I'll let you tell me when time is getting close. For awareness, other resources for the job seeker. So these are some websites. Again, these slides will be available to you. Abilities Work has a plethora of information from disability rights to accommodations to just different opportunities and resources for the job seeker and also for the employer. Vocational Rehabilitation is an agency that I work closely with. They are federally and state funded, so typically free to the individual or the job seeker that's seeking employment. This is where you'll get assigned a VR counselor, and then that VR counselor will determine your needs and help you to become employment ready. They can also provide those accommodations for no cost for you. So if it is, say, that desk that you need to sit down and stand up, that's something that I've seen VR provide at no cost to the job seeker on site to the employer. They've also worked with local universities like University of South Florida. They worked with their rehab engineers to come in and actually modify a workstation for a person with a disability. I actually had them work with a client who was a quadriplegic and he was an architect, and they installed a mouse on his baseball cap right on the front lid, and he was able to draw all of his AutoCAD designs as an architect through the hat that the rehab engineers had created. So really cool resources out there for accommodations. You just got to know who to go to, and these websites, these links are really great resources for that. Disability Rights Florida, here in Florida, This is a great website if you feel like you might have some questions about discrimination. You might have some questions about employment law. Again, I'm not an attorney. I'm not an employment lawyer. I can't give you all the statutes and codes, but this is a wonderful website to go to get with somebody that can. They can offer one-on-one consultations as well. It's not on here, but ODEP, the Office of Disability Employment Policy, I believe it stands for, those acronyms, right? If you go on their website too, they also offer that one-on-one consultation in terms of accommodation needs. So they can talk to you or the employer about what accommodations you might need. And then the ADA, this is American with Disabilities Act. This website has all of the legal information you could possibly want. And there is included as a job coach as an accommodation. So if you have a job coach, you can see right there that we're considered reasonable accommodations to come in and help you with that meaningful employment and retaining that employment. And then last, I wanted to include this for the federal workforce recruitment. I know a lot of you work federally or have worked federally in the past for the government. And if you're interested in working for the government, say you're a student in school right now, and this is something of interest to you in the future, this website talks a lot about a Schedule A letter. And I don't know if any of you are familiar with that or what that is, but a Schedule A letter is a letter that federal companies that are contracted federally, so they have a contract with the government, are required to hire a certain percentage of people with disabilities on staff for employment. And a lot of times, in order to show that they've done that, they will show these Schedule A letters, or they request these Schedule A letters from the job seeker. And that just discloses your disability with your job application. So this website, this federal workforce recruitment, had a lot of really good information about that Schedule A letter, where you can get one, what it entails, and how to include it in your federal application for employment. Thought it was interesting to include that for you all. Okay. The last part of the talk that we're going to talk tonight is the allyship. So who can be a part of the allyship? And I'm mostly going to gear this towards employers, because I know that there's a lot of employers that are watching and that are listening tonight. But as part of this allyship, we have many people that can become an ally for a person with a disability or a neurodivergent. Number one, obviously the employer can really be the strongest ally. Your network, your counselor, your job coach, your mentor, those are allies. Your natural supports, your coworkers, people that you work with, people that you meet tonight at the conference, right? That you share something with, or friends and family. So all of this group is all a part of that allyship. So for the employers, all the employers in the audience, or those individuals that want to share some information with their employer, this is something that I would definitely share with them if you can, right? If you feel comfortable. But for the employer, what is the best way for an employer to become an ally? From an employer's perspective, because I am an employer myself, I can think of people on my team and all of their strengths and weaknesses. And I don't know if some of those strengths or weaknesses are disability related, or if they're just quiet quitting, right? Or if they don't want to work there anymore, or maybe it's a character flaw. I don't know, because they haven't disclosed it to me, right? So it's something that I kind of have to figure out on my own. Now, as an employer, I want you to think, if you had somebody sitting in front of you in a job interview that was brave enough and had the courage enough to tell you, hey, I have a disability, I'm neurodivergent, but let me tell you my strengths. And my strengths are that I can pay attention to detail, I will meet all your deadlines, and I will take everything that you say seriously and make sure that I get it done for you. I may not pick up on your jokes or your sarcasm or your social cues, but I promise I'll communicate effectively with any of your clients or customers, right? What a gift. As an employer, if somebody told me that in an interview, I would be blown away, right? So as an employer, prepare for that. Prepare for that disclosure in that interview, because if somebody's sitting in front of you and is brave enough to say that to you, you better have the courage to learn from that discomfort, right? You better be able to work with that individual and say, great, let's talk about that strength you just mentioned, and not harp on their disability, or not go into your own story about your son's cousin's uncle's son who also is neurodivergent. They don't want to hear it. They're here to get a job. That's a great way to connect maybe later. Absolutely. You guys want to talk about being neurodivergent? Great. Okay. But show that person that you heard what they said and really talk about their strengths. So that could look like you saying, hey, I heard you paid attention to detail and really meet deadlines. Can you give me an example of that from your last position? Right? You're helping that individual to grow, and you're growing as well by doing that, focusing on their strengths and their abilities and not their disability or their weakness or what you're going to need to do to accommodate them. Okay. Then once you hire that person, because they're so incredible, You bring them on your staff, and now you need to be open and create a safe space for that person. But how do you do it? You don't go running to everybody and say, hey guys, we just hired somebody that's neurodivergent. Like, everybody be nice. We don't do that. And then you might have a lawsuit on your hands. Okay. So what do we want to do to create that safe space? So one great way is those EAPs, those employee assistance programs. Okay. And I also included a link in here too for those as well, if you're not familiar. But those are typically volunteer organizations inside of your company or your business, where people can come and they have mentors. Other individuals from the organization have volunteered to be a part of the EAP, to be as a support group, right? It's kind of an internal support group where the person doesn't necessarily have to run to HR with every issue. They don't necessarily have to run to the managers with every issue that they're having at work. They know that they have this support group at work that they can go to and talk to the people about the problem that they're having, right? They might be able to find those colleagues, like Sadie said, where you might be able to go to your EAP and be like, I'm having a really hard time with this noise in this office. As anybody else? And then somebody in that EAP support group says, yeah, me too. And then you both become that ally or the advocate for each other, like she said, where you maybe ask for noise canceling headsets for everybody, right? Or maybe you ask for more quiet of a workspace or moving to a different floor, right? Those are all examples of good accommodations. So creating that safe space as an employer is something that you can do internally. Doesn't typically cost extra, but it saves a lot of money. There's statistics to prove, and I was going to include them, but I didn't want to bore you guys. I get excited. I don't think everybody else does, but there are statistics that prove that these EAPs save the employers a lot of money in the long run. They offer a lot more commitment from the employers, a lot less missed work time, right? Because the employer is excited to go to work and talk to their support group rather than missing work and having to go to a mental health session. Okay, so there's a lot of statistics on that. And like I said, I included a link where you can go and read those for yourself. Another way that an employer can be an ally is to communicate with the supports. So if I'm the liaison, I'm the job coach, and I come in to meet with that manager, I hope that manager will sit down and have a conversation with me so that I can continue to talk about the strengths and the abilities of the person that they just hired. And I'm also there as a liaison for the employer. What are the employer's needs? I want to know what their needs are. How can I help them as a job coach to help them to be successful and release this burden that they might feel of having to accommodate, or for the job seeker, maybe it's a burden on them. They don't know how to ask for those accommodations. Having a support like a job coach or an advocate to come in and talk to the employer is another way that the employer can create an allyship. So welcoming those job coaches to come into the work environment privately or publicly, welcoming the advocate to come in and speak with the manager, having the phone call with the parent or the family member to say, hey, John might not have mentioned this, but he really gets ticked off every time AC/DC plays. So please don't make sure you don't play that in the office. I'm just giving you a heads up, right? So those are some things that you will never know because maybe that individual is too embarrassed or afraid to disclose it, but they're okay with the support doing that. And make sure you have that agreement that the job seeker is okay with the support coming in and disclosing those things. Consulting with industry experts. So this is something that I love. It's something that I do in my organization often. We bring in industry experts all the time. For example, we had somebody come in last year that was an expert in epilepsy and seizures. And I've worked with a lot of clients that have seizures. And I'll tell you what, in this 1 hour presentation that she gave, I learned so much. And like I said, I've been doing this for 12 years. I thought, okay, here we go, a seizure presentation. I'm sure I could probably do this for her. But then sitting through this presentation, I realized, oh my goodness, there's so much that has changed. And that's another thing, right? Bringing in these industry experts, bringing in people to come in and talk to your organization and the people that work for you about these different types of disabilities and how to become a natural support on the job or how to help that person with that disability. It changes all the time. Disabilities change all the time. We get new disabilities that come up, some go away, some tactics work for one where others don't work for the other, right? You could save somebody's life by doing this to this person or kill somebody by doing it to that person, right? So you don't know. We don't know. We're not the experts. So bringing in those industry experts, let them be the ones to teach your employees so that they can feel better and more comfortable about being a natural support. And then lastly, talking to your team about DEI. What does diversity, equity, inclusion look like from a disability perspective, right? How do you become a natural support at work? How can you be a good coworker to somebody that has a disability? A good example of that is if somebody, again, I'll use like the height, but I had a client that couldn't reach up high on a shelf, but the other client or the other coworker, his natural support on the job, was able to do that. So they just switched tasks. There was no big deal. She said, I'll get the bottom shelf, or you get the bottom shelf, I'll get the top shelf, and we'll just switch tasks, right? That's a natural support. If you have trouble with emailing, maybe your coworker can help you draft that email. That's a natural support, right? People with disabilities need that, and sometimes they need even more. So how can you become that? So talking to your team about what they can do to be not only a team player with everybody, but going that extra mile for somebody that might lean on them for it. And then identifying those unconscious biases, right? We all have that unconscious bias. We've all taken these assessments. Hopefully, if you haven't, it's something that I absolutely say is a great tool to implement in your organization. Amongst your friends, your family members might have a heated conversation, but it's a good one, right? We're having a conversation at least. We're creating that awareness about what our biases might be and how they can be different now and how we can change those. All right, I don't know where I'm at on time, but here are some links to some resources. We have the first one on here is one of my favorite. It's EARN. Okay, so this is the Employment Resource Network. So the Employer Assistance Resource Network. This website has a plethora of information for employers. So a lot of time employers ask that question like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say. What's politically incorrect? What's politically correct? What accommodations am I supposed to provide? Which ones are they supposed to provide themselves? All of those type of things, right? This website has all of that and more. So it's a great tool for employers. It can also serve as a tool to find candidates as well. The second one is the ADA myths and facts. So this one I love as well. This is directly from the federal government's website that it will break it down. So it kind of erases those stigmatism for the employer, the stigma from the employer that when they're afraid, maybe a lot of times it comes from a fear where they're not sure, okay, what type of accommodations should I be okay with supplying? Which ones are considered, outside of my scope? Which ones, what can I say to a person with a disability? What can I not say? So this is a really good breakdown of those myths versus facts, helping to erase that stigma. Developing an employee assistance program. Again, I said I would include this for you all. And this is a great tool to see how to do that within your own organization, and also those statistics of why it's such a great idea. Number 4 is vocational rehabilitation. So again, that organization that I work with, they have a lot of resources on their website for employers to look for candidates for employment, to post job openings that you might have. It's also great for the job seeker, like I mentioned, to go on there and see what resources are available for you in your state. And this is in every state. It's a federal and state run program. And then DEI consulting. So CORE is a program that my organization does. And we will go into any employer and do a needs analysis, help you to work on creating those natural supports or EAPs within your organization, to look and see how we can train your staff on working with people with disabilities. And again, helping you as an organization to create that foundation of inclusion. And my last slide, and I'll leave you with this tonight. I know we're close to time. I'll leave some time for question and answers. But a network of allyship includes your counselor. It can include your job coach, your mentor, your natural support, friends and family. So maybe you're somebody here tonight or somebody that's listening that doesn't identify as neurodivergent, but you want to be an ally. So I wanted to include those steps for you too, and how you can become an ally for a person with a disability. Number 1 is talking to them about it, right? Like Stephanie said, like you're going to hear it from them. Ask them the questions, listen, be an ear for them. Okay, hear them out. Ask them about their strengths and weaknesses. Ask them about their struggles and how you might be able to help support them. Helping them prepare for employment, right? So maybe they need some interview prep. What's better than calling a sister, a friend, a brother, a job coach, a mentor to help you prepare for that interview? Or if you're having issues with coworkers, be that phone a friend for them where they can call you or text you while they're at work and say, what do I say in this situation? I have no idea what they're talking about, right? Help remove barriers or advocate. So if they can't afford maybe those accommodations, maybe it's something you can help them get. Maybe you can do a GoFundMe. Maybe you can ask people at work or post and look on Facebook Marketplace for them, right? Helping them find those things that they need. Going in and talking to employers that you know or employers that you work for and asking them about their accommodations that they have in place, finding more information about that from local employers and sharing it with friends and family members. Getting involved in the community. So a lot of times people with disabilities, we've kind of talked about how they can go from, working, especially in cybersecurity, they're working from home all day. They may not have seen a person in months, right? Get them out in the community, invite them out to those networking events. Maybe they're looking for a job and they haven't found one and they're at home depressed, but they're letting you know everything's fine, right? Get them out, go with them, take them to a networking event, take them to a job fair. Even if you're working, just be someone that can be there to go with them. I know I don't like to go to networking events by myself, so I can't imagine if I was somebody that identified as neurodivergent, having to go by myself. Having an ally or friend to go with would make all the difference in the world. And then lastly, provide the resources and information. So please share away all of the stuff that I shared with you today. All of it's free online. I also included my contact information and my QR code and my website as well for my organization, the Grow Group. Feel free to call or text me. I don't work in cybersecurity, so I will not respond at midnight when you all are up working. All right. So please don't text me then. But during normal business hours, it's fine. You can also shoot me an email. I'm pretty responsive on there. So thank you very much.
Awesome. Awesome. We don't have time for a Q&A, but in the Slack channel, will you be able to answer some of them? Because there were questions.
Yes, I can definitely
Awesome.
answer
So
the Slack.
put
Sorry
your
for
questions
going over.
into the Slack. No, you're completely fine.
Okay.
Put your questions into the Slack channel. We have 5 minutes and then our next speaker, Jarek Beeson, is going to come up. So rest yourself, get some water. And
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. All right. So you know how I said 5 minutes? That was a joke. Actually, we are going to go ahead and start right now. We have, last but not the least, the great, the wonderful, incomparable Derek Beeson, CISO Capital One, or the commercial bank Capital One. I will let you do your whole spiel, but this should be a great keynote. So make sure to stay tuned.
Thank you, Steph. First, I'm Jarek Beeson, and I am the CISO for the commercial bank in Capital One. I have most recently got another role. I am now the CISO of our software business. We have commercialized software that we developed internally. So when I was first asked to do this keynote, I was excited. I wanted to jump right in. This is a topic that is so near and dear to me. In many ways, it's personal. I've written blogs on the subject. I've written LinkedIn posts. I've sat on panels, much like the ones you guys saw today. I've also made it part of my SANS leadership series, SANS Seat at the Table, where we talk about leadership topics. And we brought a world-renowned expert on neurodiversity who gives TED Talks and speeches all over the world. She helps organizations build their neurodiversity programs, even in the FANG industries, which we're familiar with from a tech perspective. And we paired her with a Fortune 500 autistic CISO, and we had a powerful conversation. If you haven't had an opportunity to listen to it, I suggest you go check it out. It's on YouTube. But needless to say, this is something that I've talked about in the past, but I wanted to take a different approach today. First, I figured out that I'm the last person that you guys are going to see, so you've probably heard a lot about what neurodiversity is at this point. You've learned a lot about the characteristics and the traits. You've heard about ample accommodations. So I needed to give you something a little bit different, and that was going to require me to be a little bit more personal. It's going to require a little bit more vulnerability on my part. And just the thought of that gives me a pit in the stomach, kind of that feeling when you miss a meeting that you thought you had an hour later and you figured out you missed it. That's the feeling I have right now on this stage, but I'm going to go for it. So my son was diagnosed with dyslexia and ADHD 18 months ago. It wasn't a surprise to us. We have multiple people in our family that have neurodivergent conditions. But when you're different, the world really isn't kind to you. And he's a twin, so it was really clear for us to see the differences between him and his brother. Like I said, the world isn't kind, your friends aren't kind, classmates aren't kind, teachers aren't kind because people just don't understand. And if I'm honest, I wasn't as kind as I was supposed to be either. I just didn't have the patience and I didn't understand. But even through all of this, it was clear that there was something else going on. There was a little bit more. It wasn't just the fact that he had ADHD and dyslexia. So we went and we had him evaluated. And it turns out he's also autistic. So now I'm with a son that has 3 conditions that individually would make him neurodivergent, and he has the trifecta. So me and my wife, we dove right in. We started doing the research. We listened to the podcast. We watched last year's Neurodiversity Summit. We looked on YouTube and watched other videos. We read the books. We got him a psychologist, a psychiatrist. We talked to neurologists. We got therapists. I've heard that word used a lot here. Recommend therapy for sure. It's probably one of the biggest things that we did. And we really just wanted to understand what he was going through and try to see the world through his eyes a little bit. Also, figure out how we could best support him. And in the process of learning about this and getting more immersed in the topic, it became pretty clear that the world at large doesn't understand this. And because of that, they placed ideologies and limitations on him as soon as he got the labels. So why am I sharing this? I'm sharing this because as I learned more about neurodiversity, it became pretty clear looking into the workforce that these same ideologies and limitations are being placed on our workforce today. And also when I looked into this, it became pretty clear to me that the characteristics and traits that neurodivergent people have in many ways are a perfect fit for what we need in the cybersecurity industry. But this is a highly untapped talent pool. This is a talent pool that's so misunderstood, and oftentimes they're the weird people. They're the people that are crazy. They're just misunderstood because of the way they think. And if I really am honest, cybersecurity is probably the most equipped field for neurodivergent workers. So I'm going to use some terminology here, and I want to make sure we level set up front. Neurotypical and neurodivergent. We've heard the terms used throughout this entire summit, but some of you may be tuning in just for this, so I want to make sure that we're all on the same page. The word that is often used for neurotypical is normal. I hate that. That is not the way to look at it. They are only part of the majority. Their thought patterns and their behaviors align with the majority of people, thus making their cognitive approach typical. neurotypical. And then we have neurodivergent. Neurodivergent people have cognitive and behavior patterns that are atypical or different. It is cognitive differences. More specifically, it is cognitive differences, not cognitive deficiencies. So, how do these cognitive differences manifest themselves? ADHD, Tourette's, dyslexia, autism, bipolar. There are a number of other known and unknown conditions that make someone neurodivergent. But one of the things that people simply think about when they hear about these neurodivergent people is they're going to live a hard life. They're going to have challenges that neurotypical people don't face. They're going to start every race against a neurotypical 5 paces behind. And the reality is, in many cases, that's true. They're going to be misunderstood and they're going to have to seek to be understood. They're going to have to overcome challenges that neurotypical people don't face. They're going to have to try harder to catch up in a race just to stay in the race. They're going to have to find ways to accommodate themselves because the world simply won't accommodate them. They're going to have to find a way to extract the value out of their differences instead of being limited by their differences. But they work among us. They're doing it silently. So the reality is, this is the character of a person that I want on my team. So let's talk a little bit about some of the benefits of being neurodiverse. Now, to be clear, when you meet one neurodivergent person, you meet one neurodivergent person. They are not all the same. We just talked about a number of different conditions. Each one manifests itself in different ways. Some people are going to have all of these traits that I talk about. Some people are going to have none of them. Some people will have one of them. You will also notice that when I pull up these traits, these are some of the same traits that neurotypical people have as well. One of the main differences is with neurodivergent people, these challenges are more pronounced. And the powerful traits, I call them superpowers, they're usually to a higher degree in your neurodivergent population. So the first one is attention to detail. Once again, this does not apply to every neurodivergent person. So if you see yourself and you say, that is not me, I bet you some of these other ones are. When it comes to attention to detail in cybersecurity, it's imperative. We have to be accurate, we have to be right. We have to identify deviations from patterns. The attention to detail that a lot of our neurodivergent workforce provides helps them with this specifically. Another one is ability to focus. Now, you talk to a neurodivergent person and they're going to say, I have a hard time focusing. That is true in most cases, unless you like what you're doing. When neurodivergent people like what they're doing, there's a level of tunnel vision that they have, and they can become deeply immersed in whatever it is they're doing. They can look up and realize they haven't eaten for 8 hours. And they can work time after time on that one thing until they reach the end state that they're after. Another one is neurodivergent people have a structure in their life that they live by, and it makes them very systematic. And I don't know about you, but I have a lot of people that I've worked with on my teams and peers that don't necessarily follow the procedures. They don't follow the rules. They don't align with what they're being asked to do. Your neurodivergent workforce, it's all about what do the rules say? What am I supposed to do? And I'm gonna follow that to a T. If you have bad procedures, you're gonna find out pretty quickly if you have a neurodivergent workforce, because they're gonna follow those bad procedures all the way into the wrong direction. Neurodivergent people also have an attention to nuance. Now, what I mean by that is in cybersecurity, we are often baselining normal so that we can identify the anomalies and deviations from normal. We use machine learning, artificial intelligence for that. That is just how the brain of many neurodivergent people is programmed. It is programmed to seek out that small difference. And when you're in a field where we're asked to find the silver needle in a pile of gray needles, that is an exceptional skill set. problem solving. When they have an abstract way of thinking, they're going to bring in a completely different approach to the same problems that a neurotypical group of people may bring. Now, we need the neurotypical approach, but sometimes we don't get the answer that we need. And when you bring that abstract mind with the neurotypical mind, you have a well-rounded, very formidable problem-solving team. Technical proficiency. If you survey the neurodivergent workforce in your cyber team, they're most likely the more technical people. They can be in GRC, they can be in audit, they can be in these other areas, but studies have shown, my own eyes have seen, that our neurodivergent workers are more technical. And that goes back to their attention to detail, their ability to focus. They dove in on those technologies. They dove in on what they're trying to learn, and they became experts in it. And then lastly, their strong work ethic. This is one I rarely ever hear discussed. But our neurodivergent population, they weren't given a chance on many occasions. Our neurodivergent population, they know that this may be the only chance they get when they get one. They want to do a good job. Additionally, they're systematic. They're following the rules. They're going to do what they're told to do. Let me give you an example. A few weeks ago, I approached a neurodivergent worker, self-diagnosed. I mean, he's diagnosed, he self-proclaimed it, so we already knew. And I was trying to approach her from a mental health perspective. And I said, hey man, like, how often do you just take a break and scroll social media, during the workday just to clear your mind a little bit? And he looked at me puzzled. I don't understand what you're talking about. I was like, well, yeah, like how, every once in a while, I don't know about you, but I mean, I'll pull up Facebook or Instagram or Twitter and I just scroll just to clear my mind. He said, well, the policies of our organization are that we're not to use work computers to do personal work. I'm like, okay, take a step back. How about on your personal phone? Do you pick up your personal phone and do those things? He said, I'm here to work. I come in from 8 and I work until 5, and then I can go home and do my personal things. He said, are you telling me that it's okay for me to do this? And then I realized, okay, I know enough about neurodivergence to know that I don't want to program your mind in that way. All right, so I backed off the conversation. But this is what you're going to get in your neurodivergent population. Things are very black and white in many cases. So these are things very specific to cyber, but there are also some characteristics that apply to any industry, including cyber. And one of them is they tell it like it is. And when I tell you they tell it like it is, there are plenty of neurodivergent people that they don't understand all the fluff. They don't understand the politics. They don't understand beating around the bush. They're going to tell you exactly what they're thinking and how they're thinking it. There's a line from a movie, and I'm going to age myself here, where Tom Cruise says, you can't handle the truth. Don't ask your known neurodivergent population how well you're doing unless you're ready to really hear the truth. Don't ask them what is working and what isn't working unless you're really ready to hear the truth. But the reality is we need to hear the truth. Our teams aren't always telling us because there's a level of fear. Oftentimes, emotion is removed from the equation with our neurodivergent population, and it is pure logic. This is what I see, this is what I say. I'm not thinking anything else about it. And that's something that you need. And in reverse, they want that same thing. They want that feedback directly. They don't like, so we use, a lot of us use the sandwich approach, where you get some good news, some bad news, and you end it with good news. Well, that's what neurotypical people need, because emotion comes into it. We want to feel like, okay, well, they said something good at the end, so things are going okay. Neurodivergent people oftentimes are confused by that. Like, so what are you telling me? I'm doing good? I'm not doing good? Like, what do you want me to do with this information? Because you've confused me by fusing all of this together. And we'll talk a little bit about that more a little bit later. And then the last thing is they bring a unique perspective. Now, I've talked about this, up until now, of course, but I posit that diversity in general, not just neurodiversity, it's not about looking into a room and seeing a spectrum of colors. It's not about seeing different religions and cultures represented. It's not about seeing different sexes and ages represented. It's about the cognitive diversity that comes with those things. That in itself is cosmetic.
It's the cognitive diversity from those lived experiences, those different cultures, those different backgrounds that make for conversations and directions of thoughts coming from over here and over here and over here and all over the place. If you put 25-year-old white men in a room that are neurodivergent, you're gonna get 25 different opinions. It doesn't matter about any of those other characteristics, because at the core of it, it's in the name. Their brains think differently. And what we're really after is cognitive diversity, because that's what results in collaboration. That's what results in problem solving and innovation and taking things beyond where we've ever seen them. I want to repeat one more time, not all neurodivergent people are the same. A lot of these characteristics are applicable to everybody. And there's a spectrum, right? So one person may be really strong in this characteristic and a level 10, while another person may be a level 1. One person may have 4 of these, one person may have 7. But ultimately, these are the characteristics and traits that are commonly associated with our neurodivergent population. So we've talked a little bit about the characteristics. We've talked a little bit about some of the challenges. Now let's dive into what we actually need to do to accommodate this group. First and foremost, is flexibility. Flexibility in their workspaces, flexibility in their schedules, flexibility in how they do their work. COVID and the pandemic allowed neurodivergent people to work from home, in many cases for the first time. I've talked to a number of people and they said they were never more optimized than when they were at home, because they could control their environment. They can get rid of the sounds that were distracting. They can get rid of the noise that were distracting. People weren't stopping by and trying to touch them and shake their hands. They were able to just do their job. They need that same thing now that we are in the coming back to the office and going back to, the new normal, as people are referring to it. Clear communications. Neurodivergent people, in many cases, they want you to be direct with them. I struggle with this. I love to use metaphors, analogies, and similes. Quite frankly, as a security executive, that's the only way I can convey to non-technical people. So that's just how I have built my communication style. But when you're talking to some neurodivergent people, using all of that, it's confusing and it's frustrating. And they're trying to just get to the point. I heard someone say it earlier today, bottom line up front. What are you trying to tell me? Let's get on with this so I can get back to work and so that I can stop trying so hard to hear what you're trying to tell me. Also, combine written and verbal communication. So I talked earlier about the focus level that neurodivergent people have in their work ethic and how they really want to just succeed. When you're giving them direction, they're locked in. They're laser focused and they're trying to hear everything that you're trying to say. It's hard for them to take notes and do that. It's hard for anyone to do that and take notes. It's even harder when there's an more intense level of focus. Another one that we've heard a lot about is sensory-friendly environments. I won't belabor this one because you guys have heard a lot about it, but noise canceling headphones, just something as simple as giving them a quiet space to work when they do have to come into the office. If you have a neurodivergent worker, you want them to be the best version of themselves. And the way that they can be the best version of themselves is for you to put them in a position for them to feel comfortable and for them to feel like they can be that person. And then lastly, diversity, inclusion, and belonging, DIB, what most people are familiar with it as, or DEIB, diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. It has taken off the last few years. But neurodiversity is commonly omitted from this diversity conversation. So I haven't shared this yet, but most scientists, most studies have shown that at least 30% of our population is believed to be neurodivergent. 30%, 1 in 3 people. And somehow that group is not included when we're talking about diversity. Your workers, your coworkers, your team, the people that are working beside these people, They don't know how to identify if someone is potentially neurodivergent. They don't know how to work with them. They don't know that they are constantly ridiculing them and insulting them because they're making these jokes. The other day, something small, but I said, I'm having PTSD from WannaCry. We had these horrible PTSD from Log4j. And a neurodivergent person told me, he's like, hey man, you know about this. Like, how could you play with the term like PTSD when you know what it means to me? Right? The average person uses these terms in regular vernacular and they don't think anything of it. But as you learn about this, as you become more aware, you can actually do the things that show that you care. So another thing that is not often talked about, neurodiversity is a generational issue. Every generation can be classified as neurodivergent. I guarantee you there were baby boomers that were neurodivergent, Gen X, all the way up to millennial and Gen Z. But the main difference is it wasn't really being diagnosed until the millennial generation. Millennials are making up almost half of the workforce. And millennials were diagnosed when they were in grade school. Gen Z was absolutely diagnosed in grade school. So these people know that they are neurodivergent. They know that they need these accommodations. And in many cases, they were given some of these accommodations, especially our Gen Z population. You hired that straight A student straight out of college, interviewed well, and you think they're gonna kill it. What you don't realize is they had accommodations the entire time. So then you bring them into your organization and they're struggling. They're not thriving. They're not what you expected of them. It's because you haven't given them the same level of comfort that they've had the entire time. This is your incoming workforce. These are the people that are working besides you. It is imperative that neurodiversity is incorporated into all of the future conversations on diversity, especially inclusion. They need to feel included. You can't have people feeling like an outcast. So there's one characteristic I did not talk about. That's loyalty. Loyalty precedes retention. If you want to have a loyal neurodivergent workforce, you have to think about the things that matter to them. It's not uncommon for neurodivergent people to be made fun of. It's not uncommon for them to be ridiculed. It's not uncommon for them to feel like the outcast, the odd man out. But what's really hard is when the performance reviews tell them to be more like a neurotypical person. It's not helpful, it's insulting. They'll say things like learn to multitask, knowing that neurodivergent people are tunnel focused on one thing and they're gonna do that one thing better than anybody else, but maybe they can't do 10 things at the same time like everybody else. They'll tell them to make more eye contact, knowing that is really difficult for a lot of neurodivergent people. They'll say things like, get on the camera on Zoom. That makes people uncomfortable. Or be more social. In fact, it's pretty well known that cybersecurity people are really antisocial. There have been jokes about, sliding the pizza under the door and just letting them do their job. It's more recent that we've talked about soft skills in cybersecurity, and we still need the soft skills. And I'm well documented about talking about the soft skills, but there's definitely a heavy need for technical skills as well. So how do we change that conversation? We need to give realistic feedback. If a paraplegic with one leg was not making it to meetings across the building in time because there was a back-to-back meeting, you would never criticize them and say, how did you not make it half a mile to the other side of the campus in 5 minutes like everybody else? You wouldn't do it. In fact, you would probably try to accommodate them. You would maybe add some white space in their calendar. You would maybe say on the second half of back-to-backs, they can be virtual. Or you just wouldn't schedule back-to-backs at all with them. I don't think that people are intentionally cruel. I think people just don't understand. But with our neurodivergent population, that's pretty much what's happening. We're taking their disability and saying, don't have it. Mainly because it's a hidden disability. It's one that people don't know about. Another important thing is you gotta honor boundaries. I've talked to some neurodivergent people, and one lady told me that when you shake my hand, I physically get sick. Like, don't shake my hand, right? And she said, and if you hug me, I might attack you. I'm just letting you know now, I need my personal space. I respect it. I respect it, I understand it, I know it. If you want to retain your neurodivergent workforce, you need to make them feel welcomed. And they don't want to feel tolerated. They want to feel celebrated for their strengths. And they want you to try to accommodate their differences. We do that in all cases. It's just a little bit more pronounced in our neurodivergent workforce. So I started this saying that I was going to be a little bit more personal, that I was going to be a little bit more vulnerable. And as we did the research and we started to try to understand, what's going on with my son, we learned that in many cases, neurodivergent conditions are hereditary. My brother had a neurodivergent condition, my son has it. And from encouragement from my wife, I went and got tested myself. Turns out I have ADHD. Also turns out my wife knew this for a long time. And she has been putting accommodations in my life unknowingly so that her life wouldn't be as difficult as it would be if she didn't. If you don't know me, if you do know me, let me be an example. There are people walking among you. There are people that are working with you, that are dealing with this. Many of them don't know. But what's even worse are the ones that do know. And out of the fear that they have, that pit in my stomach that I had when I was gonna come up here, and knowing that I was gonna share this, I was flown in to talk about neurodiversity. Like I said, I talked about it and I am an ally for it. And I try to make people that are neurodivergent feel comfortable, but I myself had a little bit of fear before I went to share this information. How do you think the rest of the workforce feels? All humans have strengths, all humans have weaknesses. To be human is to err. Nobody is perfect. Let today be the day that you decide that you're going to try to make everyone feel welcome, especially your neurodivergent workforce. Thank you.
That is awesome. I'm not going to come up there, but I'm going to ask.
Open it up for any questions if anybody has any.
The feedback is that everyone is loving what you're saying, the keynote so far. But this is a question I actually have. As a person that kind of started your journey because of your kid, and then later on found out that you also struggle, how have you navigated the emotional consequence of that? And what have you done to mitigate that, if anything at all? Because I feel like that's a lot to hit you in a period of time. So, and I think a lot of people might have the same experience. So if you can speak to that.
First thing I did was apologize to my wife, who told me I was just like my son for a long time, and I was insulted by that. And come to realize, I guess I am. The second thing is, it completely changed how I approached him. It changed how I looked at the different things in my life that led to me still being successful, though neurodivergent. I'll give you an example. When I have an assistant, I am far more productive. When I have an assistant, I am far more on top of my things. When I was in consulting, they didn't give us assistants. So I found a junior person that wanted to be like an assistant. And hey, I'm a senior this, you're a junior this, you can learn from me. And it's a symbiotic relationship. I didn't realize I was creating an accommodation for myself. I just knew that I'm not always organized. I need someone that's going to keep me organized. I also knew the note-taking thing. I was like, hey, I don't know why, but I just can't take notes and remember what you're telling me. So I would find people that would be willing to take notes from me and I would mentor them on the side. And that was how we made up for it. So I started to look back and I was like, oh yeah, that was my own accommodation. That was an accommodation. And I encourage everybody else, right? If you think maybe you might be neurodivergent, but you're like, well, how did I get to this place of success? Or how did I get to this position? You've probably built in accommodations and you were fortunate enough to recognize it or to not have the intensity in certain areas that you're able to do it yourself. The other thing that I did was this conversation that I'm having now. I want my son to enter a workforce that welcomes him with open arms, that hires him because he brings something to the table, and not because he's neurodivergent, but just because he has the skill sets that can get the job done. And I think more and more of these conversations are necessary to be had for the workforce of the future to accommodate these people.
Well said. Much feedback. Well said. I love what you said, especially about knowing that you've baked in kind of like subconsciously accommodation, and then reconciling that with, oh, well, I mean, I didn't get here alone, but I kind of had baked in support. But it's also something to comment that's, just a comment of some people don't have that instinct to do that. And it was great that you somehow managed it. Another question I have just on the fly, I feel like we have time. Yes, we have time. Another question, or if anybody, I also don't want to hog. So does anybody have any questions in the crowd before I go with mine? No? All right, then I'll go with mine. Okay, so being someone that's a CISO, and now a double CISO, which congratulations.
Thank you.
You said you use an assistant. Do you have one now?
I do.
Okay. So is that the only thing that you use that helps you with being able to handle something of that magnitude? Or do you have other things that also help you with this high profile type of job?
Well, so I've been an advocate for mental health, and I think that's just part of being a millennial. I think that's just something that we do. But I realized that I was able to clear my mind with like 5 minutes of alone time every once in a while. I have her build in white space on my calendar that nobody can touch but my wife and kids. And they rarely touch it because they understand what it is. And so like just little things like that allow me to clear my mind. Additionally, I think that I have always been open armed to everybody around me. And I've always sought out feedback from people. Just because I want to be a better version of myself tomorrow than I am today. I'm reading books, I'm listening to podcasts. So I'm taking in a bunch of information that I've been fortunate enough to be able to incorporate. And so that's helped. But anything specific where I said, because I have this, I'm going to do this. The main thing is I started creating lists. So one of the things my wife will say is I always forget to do things that I say I'm going to do. And at one point it was like, you don't want to do them. That's why you're not doing them. But the reality is I forget. But going back to the focus thing, we focus on the things that we really like. So I make the lists for the things that I don't like so that I can remember to go back and do them because I'm always going to remember to do the things that I want.
That's it. I have other questions, but they're going to be an aside. So if we have any questions in the crowd, I will answer 1, 2. Okay. So Jarek Beeson, it has been an honor to have you grace the stage. Very excited to have this talk and to watch it back because I definitely will. And that is our time, folks. We'll still be in the Slack for a little bit longer, so feel free to put any residual comments in there. Thank you for chilling with us for the better part of today, and I hope to see you next time. That's it.